Tradoon. Tradoon. Tribune. Dino, dino, do-do-do-do-do, you're a sweet little dinosaur. Dino, do-do-do-do-do, you're a pink little dinosaur. Dino, do-do-do-do-do, you're a sweet little dinosaur. Dino, do-do-do-do-do, you're a pink little
I have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice soared. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello there, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. And holy cow, holy liftin', more like it. Thank you for those 10 gift subs right off the bat there. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that. Look at this wonderful Tinamou bird. All excited about those 10 gift subs. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot.
Holy Lifton is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy moly, Holy Lifton. Thank you for those 10 gift subs. Starting the stream off right here. Excellent. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Holy cow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Happy Friday to you. I'm so glad you could all make it here. Welcome to our final Paleontologizing stream of the week. It could be the final one for a week or two, depending on whether or not I can wiggle out of jury duty coming up. We'll have to see. So this could be the last stream for a while, potentially. Can't make any promises. But anyway, for today, we're gonna have a fun stream. We're gonna have a game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or rather, Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist later on. It's a little kind of review game. But we're also just going to be doing some dinosaur Q&A for the bulk of today's stream, so I hope you're ready for that. If anyone's here for the very first time, if you've got any new viewers, then I'd like to give you an extra special welcome to Paleontologizing. And let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So that means talking about fossils, discussing new publications, new discoveries in paleontology, and, of course, answering your questions. All about dinosaurs, because that's actually what I work on as a paleontologist. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaurs. That's what I publish on when I excavate, everything else. But if you've got questions about broader topics in natural history, about extinction, evolution, the evolution of life on Earth, you know? Any of that good stuff, don't hesitate to ask. Oftentimes, the more good questions we get, the better this stream is, so don't be shy about those questions. I'm here to answer them for you. Yeah. It's good to have you here. We're gonna go through chat, say hello to everybody real quick, and, yeah. Jury duty sounds familiar. Yeah. I've been told it's not as exciting as it is in the movies. Maybe I'll find out, or maybe I won't have to. We'll see. And I've already lost the top of chat, but I saw some chatters in there earlier. Who was that? Kodali, Matt M33, Science Streams Balint, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Lenina, I hope you're doing well, Lenina. Hope you're ready for the weekend. And same to you, Golganek. I hope things are good. We got Semi Kian. We've got Tony as my baby. We've got Thalo, Can't Install COD, Boomir, Jody Fish, Holy Lifton, of course. Thank you again, Holy Lifton, for those 10 gift subs. There's 10 people here in the chat right now who, thanks to you, don't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days. Brings us well into December. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support, Holy Lifton, once again. We've got Neilf. We've got Ten Gletchy, Lil Pink Pony, Freelancer, Trooper 2112, Cosmic Voyager, Hugan9129. How are you doing, Hugan? Welcome, welcome. Hugan says there's a ridiculous rumor going around about T-Rex having wings.
Some of your own advice.
It's maybe not that crazy.
Man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week.
Murder a
and that
squirrel.
nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs. Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow.
27 months for Murder a Squirrel there. Thank you for keeping me
Dinosaurs
here
were the
online for
sort of
that long.
creatures you might think
Really
of as
appreciate that.
inhabiting another planet.
Holy cow, Diagonal.
Kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
33 months. Holy moly, Diagonal. I really, really appreciate that. Long-time subscribers like you two, Murderous Squirrel and Diagonal, you are the reason that I can continue doing this. Been going for 3.5 years now here on Twitch. 2.5 of those. 2 of those? 2 of those. 3 of those? 2 of those? Whatever. A good number of years now. 2 or 3. I've been doing this full time, and it's extraordinary that I've been able to do that. So it's only because of those long-time subscribers. So thank you, thank you. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah, Hugan says there's a ridiculous rumor going around about T-Rex having wings. I mean, it's possible. After all, dinosaurs like Velociraptor had wings, despite not being able to fly. So, at what point do you call an arm with big feathers coming off of it a wing? You know?
Because by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been
Portal guys.
dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you for the 11 months
Fun and
there.
Keep up the good work. Thumbs up.
I appreciate that, Portal Geist. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. 11 months of support. That's pretty excellent. Thank you kindly. Yeah, we know that the dinosaurs like Velociraptor had feathered wings like this, even though they couldn't fly. So how small do arms have to be with feathers like that before you don't call them wings anymore? It seems kind of like an arbitrary kind of question. There's Eutyrannus with some feathers coming off of the arms right there. Are those wings? I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, if Tyrannosaurus did have feathers on its body, like this, or even like this, could you call those wings? Are those wings on the Ornithomimosaurs that it's chasing? You know, when we just kind of use casual terminology like that, it can get confusing. So something to consider. Yeah. Anyway, scrolling down, Caravan, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And SB, 4 months of support from SB. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Paleo
Good
Apato
stuff,
1,
SB.
Paleo Apato 2, Paleo Apato 3, Paleo Apato 4.
Thank you, SB. Yeah. And C. Ken, thank you for that gift sub there.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Wild Country.
I really appreciate that, C. Ken. Thank you very, very much. Look, we only need 68? No. 73? No, hang on. Yeah, it is 68. 68 gift subs in order to be able to reach our goal for the week. I wonder if we can do it. We'll have to see. That would be excellent. Yeah. Patrick Crusader, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Steely Dan, Texas Cryptid, Grim Deviant. Scrolling. David Trish. Rocky Reel, how are you doing, Rocky Reel? Welcome, welcome. Haraz. Hello, hello.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Lenina.
Lenino gifted a tier 1 sub to Feral Helena. They have given 263
name.
gift subs in the channel.
Is it Feral Helena? Or is it Feral Helena? Helena, like the capital of the state of Montana, where I used to call home. The state, not Helena, Montana. I lived in Bozeman. But, yeah, anyway. Steely Dan says that was definitely an Aqua song, right? No, not... Aqua did the Barbie girl song, right?
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
This is maybe an Aqua
Celebrate the
wannabe.
time of true heart exclamation locomotive.
And thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. I really appreciate that. I really do. No, apparently that Pink Dinosaur song was by someone named Miss Papaya, I think? Here, let me verify this. Yeah, Miss Papaya, Pink Dinosaur. There you go. Yeah.
Dino, do-do-do-do, you're a sweet little dinosaur.
Yeah.
Dino, do-do-do-do,
Let's see. Continuing to scroll down and say hello to everybody. And scrolling, looking for names I haven't mentioned yet. Neutral Gnome, hello to you. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, I often do, David Trish. Peer review says yes about what? I missed something. And she was the lead singer of Aqua. Is that right? Let's see here. The word papaya does not appear on the Aqua band page. However, nope, lead singer doesn't, nope, yeah. False alarm. Yeah. And Makey Starheart, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, let's... Enough of this. Let's continue with our regular tunes here. Yeah. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. Let's check on our 3D printer because I just heard it I heard it make a weird noise, like I'm doing right now. Let me go look at it with my eyeballs over there and make sure that it's still extruding filament like it's supposed to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this because it has exactly 2 hours left on the clock until this print is complete. And it looks like it might have just under or maybe just over 2 hours worth of filament still on the spool. Let's hope it's just over 2 hours of filament left on the spool. So yeah. Anyway. Anybody know what I'm printing right now? Do you remember from yesterday? Does anybody recall? What is the current project on the Paleontologizing 3D printer? I happen to have it right here. It is now halfway complete. I'm eager to show it to you. Anybody remember? Somebody's got to remember. Really? Nobody remembers at all? Well. Shoot. No, we do have a couple people who remember. Good. But, yeah, darn. Well, let me show you first what this should look like when it's finished. Find you a decent image here. Come on. That's not too shabby. Yeah. So I'm currently printing the skull of one of everybody's favorite latest Cretaceous dinosaurs. The largest of its kind and the last of its kind, as is so often the case with these Maastrichtian dinosaurs. This is Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis. And this is what I have so far. Not too shabby, right? I had to cut it down the sagittal plane like that in the slicer in order to be able to fit these pieces onto the print bed. But check that out. I am pretty excited about that. Pachycephalosaurus. It's a dinosaur I've actually dug up before on a couple of occasions. I worked a site in 2012 that Denver Fowler found, and he named it Captain Knucklehead. Yeah, it was a big Pachycephalosaurus dome like this, just the dome, but it exploded into hundreds of pieces. So we spent about a day and a half just collecting all of those pieces and mapping out exactly where they came from in order to make it easier to assemble all of the pieces in the lab, because we had the whole area kind of gridded off in a casual kind of way, you know? We weren't like archaeologists with our grid system or with their grid system or anything like that, but this is just like, you know, here's A quadrant, B quadrant, C and D. You know, put all the pieces you find in each of those into a plastic bag, you know, and just try and be smart about it without, you know, faffing around too much with, you know, a big wire grid or anything like that. So yeah. And Science Streams has got a great question. I actually haven't read that paper yet, but let's talk about that, Belent. Let's take a look at that. I've seen headlines for that Mosasaur toothware paper. Haven't had a chance to look at it yet, so let's do that together. Science Stream says there's a new study in Scientific Reports about how mosasaurs are picky eaters based on tooth structures. Do you think this argument is valid? That's the thing, Belent, is that oftentimes when we're trying to figure out the dietary preferences of extinct animals, there's not a whole lot of information that we have to go on. And so dentition can be one of our greatest allies in that. Just looking at the, there we go. Looking at the teeth of these extinct animals. Looking at the size, shape, the morphology of the teeth. And also looking at, like, microwear patterns and stuff like that. Or, if we get really lucky, we can do isotope analysis on them. But, here we go. First application of DMTA, Dental Microwear Texture Analysis, aka 3D Microwear Analysis on mosasaurs. Is this the study that you were talking about, Belent? Because there were several mosasaur papers out this week. And yeah, it is Scientific Reports. It's gotta be. Yeah. And yeah, microwear is a thing that I say we, vertebrate paleontologists, have been looking at for a long time. I think this goes back to about the 90s, if not earlier. I don't recognize any of these names here, but I'm not a mosasaur person, so yeah. Interesting. The type Maastrichtian strata of the Netherlands and Belgium preserve remains of 5 species that seem to have performed different ecological roles. Oh, super cool. So first off, let me just lay some groundwork here before we really dive into this. And that dive was not intended as a pun, even though mosasaurs are diving animals. So, mosasaurs were these enormous, carnivorous ocean lizards. They are straight up lizards. They are descended from lizards that lived on land, who took to the seas and evolved flippers and tail flukes and all that good stuff. These animals lived their entire lives in the sea. They even gave birth to live young in the sea, like whales. And sometimes they'd eat critters like sharks, or at least that's what we've said up until now. Trying to actually test some of these ideas can be kind of tricky, you know? Mosasaurs are actually some of the first extinct creatures to be studied by scientists. And here's a classic piece of art from Charles R. Knight. This is, oh, it's gorgeous. I love this picture. I want to frame this and put it up on my wall. And yeah, they give birth to live young, science streams, yep. It might seem ironic, but there's a fossil egg from Antarctica that demonstrates that mosasaurs gave birth to live young. In the sense that they were ovoviviparous. There's a beautiful piece of art here depicting that. So, like a lot of sharks and some snakes and critters like that, the female would carry the eggs in her body, they'd develop inside, and then the eggs would probably hatch inside of her. And then the young would swim out, and then she'd kind of squirt out the egg afterward, out of her cloaca. But this is that giant ancient egg found in Antarctica. We've suspected for a long time that these guys did give birth to live young. Mosasaurs hadn't been around for very long. Looks like a potato somebody left in the microwave for too long. But that's it. That's this leathery egg there. Yeah. The most likely culprit for laying the egg, according to researchers, is an extinct marine reptile called a mosasaur. You might remember it as the gigantic aquatic beast putting on a whale of a show in the movie Jurassic World, yep. Mosasaurs are actually kind of late to the live birth game. There were a bunch of other marine reptiles that all gave birth to live young as well. But since mosasaurs are kind of latecomers, they probably hadn't developed an advanced stage of live birth. They still have, like, the egg that gets squirted out afterward. Guys like this plesiosaur, they would give birth to, like, a big honkin' baby. A lot like a whale would. And this is a remarkable fossil that, if you're ever in Los Angeles, you should go see it at the Los Angeles Museum of Natural History. So those bones that are highlighted there in that kind of yellowish orange, it's like orangey mustard color, these are the bones of the embryo, the fetus inside. And they're big. They're way too big to be a prey item, plus they're the same species. Yeah, this is a fetus, which is really cool. So anyway, mosasaurs gave birth to live young, plesiosaurs gave birth to live young, ichthyosaurs we know gave birth to live young as well. And we have the fossils to prove that also. We've got fossils of ichthyosaurs with the young emerging out of the birth canal. So, and tail first, just like dolphins are born, so they don't drown on the way out, because they're air-breathing animals. So anyway, live birth in marine reptiles, it's a thing. That doesn't mean they're not reptiles anymore. Lots of reptiles gave birth to live young. Laying eggs is not what makes a reptile a reptile. It's based on ancestry. That's how we classify living things, you know? Phylogeny. So yeah. So yeah, that is truly amazing. Thank you, sir. You bet. Science streams is wonderful to have an opportunity to talk about this kind of thing. So let's take a look at the paper here on mosasaurs. Again, mosasaurs are these guys. Gigantic ocean-going lizards. Here, I'll show you a prehistoric planet clip to help set the stage here. Let's see. How fast is a mosasaur? Let's take a look at this. This is good stuff. And we might want sound for that, huh? Yeah.
The lands of the prehistoric planet were ruled by the dinosaurs. But the seas were dominated by a very different group of reptiles, the mosasaurs.
Yep.
And this is
At least later on in the late Cretaceous, mosasaurs were the top predators in the ocean. Before that, it had been short-necked plesiosaurs, things like Pliosaurus and Kronosaurus. Before that, it had been the ichthyosaurs. So there's just a continuously changing cast of characters throughout all of Earth history. That is the one constant in the history of life on Earth is change. So mosasaurs are really only around for the end. That's why they seem to be kind of new to the live birth thing. Like, it hadn't been that long before that they first went back into the ocean, and then they had to develop live birth.
the skull of one of them.
So this is a mosasaur here.
Mosasaurs were sea-going lizards. Think of a giant, swimming, whale-sized Komodo dragon.
Yeah, it's a good description.
Snout, rough skin, 4 fins instead of normal limbs, and a long tail that would look a lot like a shark tail, but upside down. That's basically a mosasaur.
The largest was Mosasaurus hoffmanni.
Yeah. And actually, Mosasaurus hoffmanni has got a really, really interesting history. I know we talked about this a while ago, but let me just find you a quick clip. It was one of the first creatures that really kind of clued people into the fact that there were animals that lived a long time ago that are now extinct. Today, we take that for granted, but that was a huge discovery back in the day. Here we go.
Sea, a warm sea, and here limestone was formed. For centuries,
Here, let me go back a little bit.
In the 1920s,
Nope, shoot.
And there still remains a shrine.
There we go. What we're going to be talking about here is not a dinosaur. I want to make that very clear. It is instead an ancient ocean-going lizard.
The Dinosaurs is made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the financial support of viewers like you.
Thank you for supporting this broadcast with your viewership and your support,
the story
viewers
of
like you.
Dinosaurs in modern times begins in the 18th century in Holland, the city of Maastricht. Once 70 million years ago, this was the bottom of a sea, a warm sea, and here limestone was formed.
So Tomas says, did Mosasaurus hoffmanni live in the same place as Tylosaurus? I'm not sure. If you look up on Wikipedia, I know Mosasaurus is known from the Netherlands. I don't know if it's known from North America. Tylosaurus is known from North America. Tylosaurus might also be older than
The people of
Mosasaurus.
Maastricht quarried this limestone for buildings, burrowing into the rocks to create a vast warren of caves.
I wonder if you can still see those caves today.
It was the year 1770.
Yeah, 1770. It's a while ago.
Working 500 yards from the
I bet you half the viewers watching right now, you know, they weren't even on Twitch back then.
entrance of one of the caves, unearthed something that made the rest of the crew lay down their tools and gather around in amazement.
Check this out.
Over the years, they'd often dug up chips of bone, fragments of skeletons, but never anything so mysterious.
Until
They knew
77. There you go,
someone who
Wood.
would pay good money for their discovery. A retired military surgeon called Dr. Hoffman.
Yeah, that's what Mosasaurus hoffmanni is named after. Is that Dr. Hoffman? And home of the mosasaurs. You're watching from the Netherlands right now, Commandant
Hoffman
Herder?
was one of
Very
the
cool.
first in a long line of professional and amateur scientists and bone hunters who have been fascinated by these secrets that the Earth yields up so grudgingly. Hoffman hurried over to the quarry and was shown something he had never seen before. It appeared to be an enormous jawbone.
Look at those jaws. Look at those teeth.
He bought it immediately.
Take these Chuck E. Cheese tokens. Don't spend them all in one place.
25 years later, the jaw of the monster attracted the attention of the French Revolutionary Army, who occupied Maastricht
Oh,
in
cool, Mr. Maxey.
1795. They claimed the jawbone for France, where to this day it reposes in the National Museum of Natural History in Paris.
There is a legend, I don't know if it's true, but that that someone paid, after the jawbones had been taken from the original owner or something like that, someone else paid 700, no, it was, I think it goes like this. It was that when Napoleon was invading Holland, he put out a bounty on the jawbones, and he says, like, whichever officer recovers them, I will give him 700 bottles of good wine, or something like that. Yeah, I don't... These things happen so long ago that sometimes it's difficult to actually determine what really happened. But, yeah, anyway. It's just one of those stories that I remember from reading a long time ago.
Soon after the French Revolution, the National Museum was the scene of another revolution. This one led by a celebrated professional scientist, Georges Cuvier.
Cuvier was professor of comparative anatomy, which was a booming branch of science at that time. And it was the very best place in the world for him to be, because I think the museum there probably had a larger collection than anywhere else in the world.
Australia, a very cool region, Gazelle. Good to have you here.
Skeletons and skins and, to some extent, pickled guts and so on, of a whole range of living species from all around the world.
Yep. And so basically what comparative anatomy was is just looking at different animals and looking at their anatomy and comparing them. Being like, oh, that's interesting. It's kind of like the first baby steps of, like, evolutionary biology. To be able to compare different creatures and go, oh, these ones look awful similar. And yet they're different in these ways, they're similar in other ways. Like, what does that all mean? And so you'd sit down and you'd think about it like this. No one had ever really done that before in an organized way. And it might seem really simple to us. It might seem very obvious to pursue this kind of work to people like us in the 21st century. But this was revolutionary at the time and really controversial too. There were a lot of people who were like, oh, you shouldn't be studying this kind of thing. This is taking the majesty away from God's creation or something like that. It's like, you're doing bad work here. Like, you're meddling in things you weren't meant to understand by just studying animals and figuring out how their bones work and how they're similar to one another and stuff like that. I don't know. A lot of people today have similar attitudes about these things also, which is kind of depressing.
Like the other professors, he lived on the job. He had a house which went with the job, which was almost in the same grounds.
Sweet deal.
The museum and the Botanic Gardens. And the Botanic Gardens included, as it still does, a small zoo. So he had access to at least a small collection of living animals, which he could study and see how they moved, how they put their anatomy to good use. So he was in a very good position to understand the relation between bones and muscles and sense organs and gut and everything else within a living creature, and see how all those parts of the body contributed to a whole way of life.
Mm-hmm.
Cuvier had a theory. Huge bones had been found beneath the streets of Paris. They looked like elephant bones, except that they belonged to a creature that was clearly a different species. now called a mastodon. Cuvier reasoned that these bones belonged to an animal that had become extinct.
Mastodon.
And it was really the first time that there was a really good, pretty strong case for extinction.
And there's those mosasaur jaws. That's why we're talking about
Cuvier
this.
turned his attention to the
Promise
huge
this is going
jawbone,
somewhere.
the trophy from Maastricht.
And he compared it with living reptiles and concluded this time that it was an enormous marine lizard.
Yep. So other people said, oh, this is a whale, or this is clearly just a crocodile like modern crocodiles, and Cuvier said, no, that's not a whale, and it's not a crocodile. He says, this is a lizard. It's way bigger than any lizard we have today, but it's not some freak of nature. It's its own species, and it is extinct. This was huge at the time, and a lot of people were really upset about this idea, about the idea of extinction. They weren't upset that creatures could go extinct. They were upset about what that meant for their cosmology and stuff like that, for their view of the world. They're like, well, if creatures can go extinct, then maybe that means that nature is not, magical and divine, that, if God could let any of his wonderful creations go extinct, then, well, no, don't even want to entertain that idea. It's preposterous. So it was it was a big deal at the time. And so the mosasaur jaws right here, some of the first fossils to really be scientifically studied, they were really important.
Cuvier had opened the door to a past buried far deeper than anyone had imagined.
Yep. Yeah. And today, we understand these creatures on a much deeper level. This is the same animal right here, Mosasaurus hoffmanni.
The largest was Mosasaurus hoffmanni.
Yeah.
It was an ambush predator. But what was the secret of its success?
They can move from just still, not moving at all, to incredible speeds right before your eyes.
In the modern world, we see this ability in reptiles like crocodiles. Their muscles can deliver short bursts of tremendous power.
Yowza.
Mosasaurs, given
R.I.P. that
reptiles,
GNU.
given that they're lizards, probably had similar capabilities in their muscles.
They also had another adaptation that could increase the element of surprise.
There's a plesiosaur, a different kind of marine reptile. And
swimming
Diagonal, thank you for answering that question earlier. You were correct. So plesiosaurs like this are only very distantly related to mosasaurs. Mosasaurs are lizards. These guys they're another kind of diapsid reptile like lizards, we think, but they're... Actually, mosasaurs are probably closer to dinosaurs than plesiosaurs are. Although I'm not entirely sure. The family tree of marine reptiles, I think, is still kind of in flux. We're still kind of figuring out where a lot of these things belong. But I think plesiosaurs are now thought to be very basal diapsids before squamates develop. Anyway, yeah.
One of the tricky things about swimming is you need a special kind of dynamic to get out of the gate quickly, to do the equivalent of a sprinter start from the blocks. And one of the best ways of doing
Check
that
this out.
is to bend yourself into a C shape.
I wonder if Olympic swimmers do anything analogous to this. Maybe they do when they're just like pushing off of the wall when they turn around. It's probably a similar kind of thing where you can just get this burst of speed like this. Check it out.
And then push off of the wall or the side of your body.
Fish today use this technique. Known as a sea start, it allows them to accelerate from a standstill to full speed in an instant.
Yeah. Very
Mosasaurs
cool.
likely were able to do something very similar, but of course at a much grander scale.
So, exactly how fast could a giant like Mosasaurus hoffmanni actually swim? To find out, the Prehistoric Planet team commissioned a unique scientific study.
Very cool.
Until recently, no one had really attempted to estimate these kinds of performance values in detail. Our work is one of the first attempts to really put numbers to the abilities of these animals.
This is really, really cool stuff because sometimes when you're trying to reconstruct... Well, okay. Sometimes nature documentaries and even movies or even things like video games can actually help frame questions in a way that's really useful for paleontologists. And creating this kind of media, these kinds of media can actually help propel our science forward. Because when you have to figure out for a documentary how these animals were swimming, and you're working with visual artists, you know, VFX artists, they kind of know what works and what doesn't, and if you can interface with them, you can come up with, like, oh yeah, shoot, this is maybe how mosasaurs would have swum. Because you can almost kind of test those hypotheses on the screen. It's really cool stuff. And these are all air-breathing animals, Little Pink Pony, yeah. All tetrapods breathe air. So tetrapods are animals that, you know, they evolved from fish that came up onto land. Later, some of their descendants went back into the sea, but they still breathe air. They don't have gills. Yeah.
And the results we got from that are really pretty stunning.
The team ran
check
the
this out.
calculations 4 times to ensure they were correct.
All 4 of the different trials came to the same overall conclusion. These
There you go,
animals
Trechner.
were
It's
able
just
to
about over,
generate
yeah.
massive accelerations.
Oh, and shoot, you know what? Skedgwen, you're right. I didn't even think about amphibians. Amphibians are tetrapods, and some of them can breathe underwater. Wow. Well, Color Me corrected there, Skedgwen. I should have said amniotes. So amphibians are not amniotes. Amniotes are, well, here. Look at our tree of life here. Amniotes are the critters we're going to look at. Here we go. So I said tetrapods, but tetrapods also includes amphibians. Like that Caecilian right there. What I actually meant was next rung up, amniotes. So all of these animals have lungs, and they all breathe air. Amphibians are not amniotes. They're an outgroup over here, but they belong to Tetrapoda. A derived group of tetrapods is the amniotes. This is reptiles like crocodiles, lizards, turtles, and birds. That's cool. These are all sauropsids right here. Descendants of an ancestral reptile. And then we've got our synapsids, this lemur and this possum here. But yeah, so the sauropsids and the synapsids together are amniotes. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Holy cow. Oof. So we think that Mosasaurus hoffmanni was a macro predator.
Of its body length in 1 single second. That means if that mosasaur is 17 meters away from you, in 1 second, it will be 75% closer, and in the second second, it would have surpassed you and probably eaten you along the way.
Being
Pretty neat.
hit by a mosasaurus would be a bit like being hit by a full-size semi-truck. Just the impact of the animal alone, much less the bite that would follow, would kill a lot of its prey instantly.
Mosasaurs could reach 30 miles an hour in as little.
So, macro predator, that's a great question, Science Streams. I'm glad you asked it. Macro predators they're predators of larger prey. So, like a blue whale is enormous. It is not a macro predator. Even though it's one of the biggest predator alive on Earth, a blue whale, what does it feed on? Blue whales feed on krill. Microscopic, or very, very tiny at least, crustaceans. So a blue whale is not a macro predator. Maybe you could call it a micro predator, but I've never heard anybody use that term, so maybe don't try that. Macro predators are critters like Carcharodon, Carcharias, the white shark. They are big, and they feed on large vertebrate animals, like cardboard cutouts of seals. Now, imagine that were an actual seal right there. Yowza. So that's a macro predator. It's feeding on animals that are relatively large. Does that make sense? Yeah. And so mosasaurs that feed on large prey, like these plesiosaurs, would be macro predators.
There's 1 second.
And Science Stream says, does it scale? As an ant preying on ants of similar size? I've never heard it applied to insects before, so I don't know if it scales like that. I think, shoot, you would probably be a better person to answer that question, Belent. Like, have you ever heard the term macro predator used to describe ants? Because I haven't. I don't think it's relative to body size. I think it's just if you're eating large prey, you're a macro predator. Yeah. So unless ants are eating, you know, fur seals or whales or something, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
This is what makes them arguably the ultimate marine predator of all time.
You're welcome, Belen. Thanks for the good question. Yeah. So let's get into the paper now. Now that you've got a good sense for what mosasaurs are, and you've got an appreciation for how cool they are, let's talk about this new paper. There we go. Three-dimensional dental microwear and type Maastrichtian mosasaur teeth. So mosasaurs were large aquatic reptiles from the late Cretaceous that filled a range of ecological niches within marine ecosystems. The type Maastrichtian strata of the Netherlands and Belgium, like those caves in the Netherlands that I showed you, where the first mosasaur specimen was discovered, they preserve the remains of 5 species that seem to perform different ecological roles: carnivores, piscivores, and durophages. So the carnivores here, these are going to be macro predators. Macro predator is kind of an ecological term. It's not a taxonomic term. So there's not a group of animals that are called macro predators. It's like, you know, it's kind of like saying sports cars. It doesn't mean that, you know, a Chevy Camaro and a Ford Mustang and, you know, a Dodge Charger are all built in the same factory. They don't have the same ancestor. They're just sports cars. It's a way of saying, like, yeah, it's this class of things. We're classifying them together. Macro predators are predators that eat large prey, you know? It's not like a particular group of animals. Macro predators they're not related to each other. Anyway, piscivores are fish eaters in the same way. It's a class of things. We just classify them together. Different critters that are unrelated that eat fish, piscivores. Durophages are critters that eat really hard material. So that's often what you might call shellfish. They're eating clams. They're eating things with hard shells. They're maybe eating ammonites. So yeah, so there's 5 species of mosasaur in this assemblage, with at least 3 different, like, ecological classes there, ecological roles. However, many interpretations of mosasaur diet and niche partitioning are based on qualitative types of evidence that are difficult to test explicitly. So qualitative is like, you know, the teeth look sharp, rather than like, here is a number associated with sharpness. It's not quantitative, it's qualitative instead. They're trying to do the opposite here. They're trying to make it quantitative. They're trying to put a number on these things. Here we apply 3-dimensional dental microwear texture analysis to provide quantitative dietary constraints for type Maastrichtian mosasaurs, and to assess levels of niche partitioning between taxa. So they're trying to figure out these different mosasaurs that lived in this environment. What are they all doing? What are their different ecological jobs? And hang on, there's a really weird noise coming from outside. I gotta check on that real quick. Keep an eye on my 3D print. It's alright, it's that darn police helicopter causing trouble again. Yeah. Where were we? So niche partitioning is when different critters that live in the same environment, they partition themselves according to niche. They're each like living side by side and doing different jobs. So maybe one of them's eating fish, maybe one of them's eating squid, maybe one of them's eating clams, and they can all live together happily because they've partitioned themselves up into different niches, different ecological jobs. DMTK indicates that these mosasaurs did not exhibit neatly defined diets or strict dietary partitioning. Instead, we identify 3 broad groups. Mosasaurs, Carinodens belgicus and Plioplatycarpus marshii, plotting in the space of modern reptiles that are predominantly piscivorous, fish-eating, and or consume harder invertebrate prey, probably like ammonites. And Prognathodon saturator and Prognathodon sectorius, overlapping with extant reptiles that consume larger amounts of softer invertebrate prey items, probably squid mostly, maybe octopus. And 3, Mosasaurus hoffmanni, the one we saw in the video, leaping out of the water with that plesiosaur in its mouth, spending a larger plot area in terms of dietary constraints. So those guys could eat whatever they wanted, it seems like. Like the proverbial 800-pound gorilla. The clear divide between the aforementioned first 2 groups and texture dietary space indicates that despite our small sample sizes, this method shows the potential of DMTA to test hypotheses and provide quantitative constraints on mosasaur diets and ecological roles. Very cool. I hope they talk about ontogeny, too. Anyway, yeah. Let's take a look at the PDF. Scientific reports should be open access, so we should have... There we go. No paywall here. Open access paper. Beautiful. So hopefully we'll have some pretty figures of the teeth in here so I can show you what they look like. But this is pretty neat. Yeah, here are some teeth right there. Mosasaurus hoffmanni, this is the same one that we saw in the video. And interesting. So they're trying to plot this out and show... Oh, they did isotopic analysis too. That's really neat. So we can actually tell which mosasaurs lived closer to shore and which one lived out more toward the open ocean based on the isotopic signatures in the teeth, which is really cool. Here are some modern diapsid reptilian predators. There's a varanid lizard. There's a gharial, a fish-eating crocodile. And then Felis acutus. Is that the American crocodile? I'm not sure who that is. And then you've got some other monitor lizards here. The cool thing about comparing extinct animals to modern animals like this is that you can actually look at what these modern animals are eating. If that work has been done, which oftentimes it hasn't been. Sometimes, if you're a paleontologist, you have to go figure out the modern animals so that you can use them as a clue for your extinct animals. But we can use these modern animals that we understand a bit better. We can hold them in our hands. We can videotape them. We can look at them in a laboratory. We can sequence their genomes, all that stuff. We can look at the structure of their bones and use those as kind of a Rosetta Stone, I guess, to use an overused analogy, to understand extinct animals, like mosasaurs. It's pretty cool. So this is looking at the wear patterns on their teeth, it looks like. So every time an animal like this uses its teeth to eat its prey, there are going to be tiny little scratches and stuff like that that are left on its teeth. And the kind of prey that it's eating, that's going to affect what the wear on the teeth looks like. So if you're eating really hard-shelled prey, that's going to have a certain kind of wear signature on your teeth. Your teeth are going to get messed up in a particular way. Messed up in little tiny ways, but ways that we can measure. And so if you look at the wear patterns on the teeth of these critters, we already know their diet. We can use that as a clue for figuring out the diet of these guys by looking at the wear patterns on their teeth. Does that make sense? Yeah. Very cool. And, Balint says, that's clever. Is the modern animal proven evolutionary descendant? It doesn't have to even be related, Science Streams. That's the thing. Mosasaurs left no descendants. They went completely extinct at the end of the Cretaceous. When that asteroid hit, mosasaurs blink out of existence entirely. They left no descendants. As a general rule, when we're trying to, like, use modern animals to infer stuff about extinct animals, we try and get as close a relative as we can. And so varanid lizards, you know, monitor lizards, these guys are from the same group that mosasaurs are from. They're not their descendants, but they're like cousins to mosasaurs. And the really cool thing is you can, you can almost see this, this relatedness in the way that they swim. Check this out. So there's a monitor lizard swimming, and it would swim in the same way that a mosasaur would, by swishing its tail from side to side like that. In fact, I'm sure when they were animating the mosasaurs for Prehistoric Planet, they probably used monitor lizards as like a model. They probably used them for inspiration. Yeah, very cool stuff. And so, yeah. If you're gonna compare an extinct animal to a modern animal, it helps to have the modern animal be as close as you can get to the extinct animal. But that's not always possible. Sometimes... Well, and that's important because they'll have a lot of structures in common because they had a more recent common ancestor. But that's not always possible. Sometimes you're dealing with an extinct group that left no descendants, and we don't know of anything even closely related to it. In which case, you kind of go, well, what animals today look kind of similar or look like they might have a similar kind of ecological niche? And you can try and use those as a clue. But anyway, relatedness does count for something. And so it's good that we have these monitor lizards, these varanids, as an analog for these mosasaurs, because they're, in the grand scheme of things, they're pretty close to varanid lizards are pretty close to mosasaurs in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. So yeah. Varanus, the next mosasaurs when ocean mammals go extinct? Could be, Tomast. Yeah. Yeah. And Layer T, we've not talked about coprolites extensively yet, but we can do that today if you'd like to. Yeah. So I've got a nice little plot here, kind of showing where these teeth show up. Based on their calculations. Interesting stuff. And conclusions. Our results provide novel insights into the diversity of ecological roles performed by mosasaurs. Yeah, I feel like the real significance of this paper, though, is just in showing that this sort of thing, this sort of analysis can be helpful for mosasaurs and for other similar critters. I'd love to see this kind of thing for dinosaurs. Yeah. There were different kinds of mosasaurs, and we've suspected for a long time that they had different diets. And here is an example of that. Again, from Prehistoric Planet. Check this out.
In the waters that surround North America, there are other giant predators. But they have no rivals.
Another mosasaur here. And you're welcome, Science Jim. Thanks for bringing that up.
Huge sharks, but they are in fact a kind of aquatic lizard.
Yep. Like we talked about.
Size, speed, and powerful jaws mean that very few creatures in the ocean are safe from these hunters. In the Gulf of Mexico, this globidens mosasaur is searching for one particular kind of prey.
And I'm going to ask you what you think that kind of prey might be after I show you this animal's skull. There we go. Here is a globidens skull, and look at those big weird teeth. What is up with those? They almost look globular. Strange, huh? Yeah. Pretty wild. Look at those teeth. Like round little blobs. Blunt equals crushing shell, says Steely Dan. Well, well, well. Check this out.
Tiger ammonites, sphenodiscus.
Yeah.
Every year, huge shoals of females come up from deep water and travel towards the coast.
Ammonites are so cool.
They have all recently mated, and each is now carrying hundreds of fertilized eggs. The eggs must be laid in the shallows.
And thank you, where is Sid, for the hydrates. Cheers.
And that is where the mosasaur is waiting.
See it flicking out its tongue like that? We do think they probably did that, given that they are very closely related to varanid lizards that smell with their tongue like that.
Tiger ammonites are themselves hunters. The combination of a streamlined profile and a powerful siphon enables them to shoot through the water at great speed. But so can the mosasaur.
Oh yeah.
Globidens has broad, rounded teeth that easily crack the ammonite shell, releasing the air that keeps them buoyant. Without it, they sink helplessly to the seabed.
Oh, that is pretty sad.
Before the ammonites can escape, the mosasaur disables as many as it can.
Oh, man. Little Pig Pony says, can you 3D print some of those weird teeth? That would be really cool. I don't have the files for that, or else I would. Yeah. It would be cool to print an mosasaur skull, and I have printed some ammonites before. I'll be doing some more in the future.
Finally, time to tuck in. Globidens may have killed dozens. But even this makes only a small impact on the overall numbers of ammonites.
Yeah. So mosasaurs are really, really cool animals. There's a bunch of different species that seem to have different ecologies. They specialize in eating different things, and that's reflected in the evolution of their jaws and their teeth. All these amazing different shapes and sizes that they attained. Really, really cool stuff. And Neverwinter says ammonites have been found with mosasaur tooth marks in them. They have been. Yeah. Sometimes in like a really distinctive V pattern. There we go. Like this one right here. There's a Placentaceras, which is a genus of ammonite. There's another one right there. Yeah. It's pretty interesting that we can find this kind of thing. Mosasaur bite marks are in our Canadian ammonites. Yeah. Stop it. Pop-ups. Yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah. So yeah. Really need to finish watching Prehistoric Planet? It's brilliant, Steely Dan. Yeah. Well, the weekend's coming up. Yeah, good stuff. If ever anybody wants to watch Prehistoric Planet, you can do it with a free trial of Apple Plus TV or whatever they call it. You don't have to pay a dime for that. So check it out. It's really, really cool stuff. Lena says, I found a mosasaur jaw 3D print file. That's not too bad. Yeah, is this a sculpt or a scan? This might be a original fossil, mirrored 3D print with restored teeth. That's not too bad, actually, yeah. Very cool. Thank you, Lenina. I might, if given the opportunity, that's, you know, it's less than $5 to purchase the file. Yeah. I'd be for that. I would gladly print that, if given the chance. Yeah. If anybody wants to gift 5 gift subs, that would cover the expense for that. Yeah. Cool. Thank you for finding that, Ladina. Yeah, I couldn't find a skull. There are a few mosasaur skulls that I've found on websites like Cults, but probably like you found, they're sculpts rather than actual scans. And they're not very good sculpts. So yeah. And Layer T says, man, those teeth look brutal. Wonder what their bite force was. That's a good question. A bite force... The thing is, bite force is really only part of the equation, though. Certain creatures have really incredible bite forces, but sometimes you don't need much of a bite force if you're exerting force with the rest of your body. So, like, if these guys are going after... Well, like we saw with the Mosasaurus launching out of that water with the plesiosaur in its jaws, it doesn't even need to have particularly strong jaws. Just that sheer force of impact is enough to kill its prey much instantaneously. So these guys might not have been selected for really, really high bite forces. In fact, I'd be kind of surprised if mosasaurs, if evidence came out that they had really, really intensely powerful jaws. I mean, the bigger the jaws are, the stronger they're going to be to a certain extent. But, like, if they had super-powered, you know, really, really, really strong bite force, I'd be surprised by that. It doesn't seem like they'd need that. Yeah. Around 13,000 to 16,000 PSI according to Google. Yeah, never trust the instant results from Google. They're wrong like 50% of the time in my estimation, my experience. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, good stuff. Now, I think we might actually have some mosasaur coprolites. Layer T, should we get into a coprolite discussion now? Yeah. Here's a cool paper from 2013. Wow, can you believe 2013? That was like 5 years ago at this point. Holy cow. Makes me feel old. Unfortunately, this is not an open access paper, but let me see if maybe I can work some magic here. All right, here goes. Yeah. We got it. Coprolites are fossilized droppings, for anybody who's wondering what I'm talking about here. Coprolites. What are they? They're brown and they sound like a bell, you know? Dung. Coprolites from the Cretaceous Bear Paw Formation of Saskatchewan. So you might be wondering, like, Saskatchewan, wait, what? Are we talking about ocean animals here? And we are. Yes, animals poop in the ocean, and yes, Saskatchewan, despite being landlocked today, used to be underwater. Let's go back to Earth 90 million years ago. There we go. Up here, underwater. This is the Western Interior Seaway that had cut North America in two for a while. And this was where mosasaurs ruled. In the WIS, the Western Interior Seaway. And all over the rest of the world, too. But this is maybe where... one of the places in the world where we've got the most mosasaur remains from. Is in this general region. And... I don't recognize any of these authors either. There we go. There's where this was found in... Saskatchewan, and there is the coprolite, fossilized dung. So fossil dung might sound weird, might not sound like a very exciting subject of study, like ancient poop. Why would anybody be interested in that? It can be remarkably informative. And so this may be from a mosasaur, I think. The structures under a microscope. Fossilized bacteria in filamentous forms that could be bacterial in nature or fungal. Semi-arid climate during diagenesis, one with copious amounts of evaporitic minerals. Oh, wait, is this not from... Is this not from a mosasaur? Shoot. Did Google lead me astray there? It is bear paw formation. Huh. Okay, I guess we don't know what it's from. Anyway, I was trying to segue from mosasaurs into coprolites, but we're here in coprolites, so we're where we wanted to be anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Layer T says fungi and dinosaurian, Isosaurus, coprolites. Let's take a look at that one, Layer T. Excuse me. And I'm not sure we're gonna have access to this. Let's see here. Article. Access to full article? Yeah. Oh well, we could just look at the abstract, I suppose, because unfortunately this is paywalled. And I don't really have access to a lot of journals at the moment, being a freelancer. Supposed to be avoided by Isosaurus, so this dinosaur, it's a titanosaur. I think it was also featured in Prehistoric Planet. Isosaurus. There we go. One of these critters. Oh, and there they are in Prehistoric Planet. Marching past an active volcano. Type coprolite of Matley from the Lameda Formation. This is supposed to be avoided by Isosaurus, belonging to sauropods. It's written in a weird way. Presence of these fungi in the coprolites indicates that the said dinosaur ate the leaves. This may have been translated from another language, and given that it's Isosaurus, it may have been translated from Hindi or another language in India or in that part of the world. As these pathogens occur in all types of plants, it is postulated that Isosaurus used its long, slender neck to browse the trees like modern camels and giraffes. On the basis of the epiphyllogous fungi, it is postulated that these dinosaurs lived in a tropical, subtropical climate. So this is the thing. Coprolites can provide a tremendous amount of interesting information, if only you'll deign to study them. And of all the people who have studied coprolites, Karen Chin might be the most famous. Take a look at this.
There doesn't seem to be much to find out on the prairie near Shoto, Montana.
I've been there many times.
Paleontologists like Corey Coverdale, this is hallowed.
Yeah, we're gonna skip past this. There we go.
But some scientists are seeking treasure of a different variety.
Yep.
Fossilized poop.
Oh yeah.
These little magic packages can provide really special perspectives on ancient life. My name is Karen Chin, and I study ancient ecosystems. And to do that, I often look at fossilized feces.
Yep. Coprolites. People like making jokes about this kind of thing. You know, whatever. It's really, really important science. You can gain so much information for what an ancient environment was like based on who was pooping out what at the time. Huh.
Technically known as a coprolite.
So skeletal fossils, they don't always tell you too much about the behavior of animals. Whereas if you look at fossil feces, they are a byproduct of feeding activity of an animal. But in addition to diet, they can also tell you about what organisms might have been living along with the animal that defecated.
Yep.
And coprolites can also tell you about the conditions under which they were preserved. As such, they give us a totally different perspective on an ancient environment than we get from the bones.
This is really cool stuff.
Sadly, these fecal fortunes are far more rare than skeletal bones.
It's a little bit paradoxical that an animal only died once in its lifetime, but it defecated gazillions of times.
Yeah.
But even so, coprolites from terrestrial animals are much rarer than their skeletal fossils.
Their scarcity has a lot to do with how fossils are formed.
Most fossils are preserved when they are buried rapidly. That is often a flood event or some landslide. But in addition to that, you have to have some mineralizing agent.
Like phosphorus or calcium from the bones and tissues of a carnivorous dinosaur's prey.
So that's an important point. If you're gonna fossilize dung, you've gotta, I don't know, you've gotta help it along a little bit. It needs like a cheat code. You've got to have the right kind of minerals around, often like in the fecal matter itself. That's why the dung of carnivorous animals fossilizes a lot more easily than the dung of animals that only eat plants. Because you've already got minerals and stuff like that. You've got calcium in the bones that are in the coprolite. You've got, you know, like all kinds of organic material in there that came from an animal. That's going to tend to be more calcium or phosphate rich than if you're just eating plants. If you're eating animals, your dung is more likely to be fossilized.
But if you take dung from herbivorous animals, in order to preserve those, you actually need an external source of a mineral.
Yep.
Paradoxically, that comes from the bacteria that are feeding on fossil dung. Their metabolic activities can cause minerals to precipitate out.
In either case, the resulting coprolites can be incredibly difficult to identify.
Fossil feces can have many different colors. Can be pancake, they can be bulbous, they can be sausage-shaped, and we have to look at several different techniques to try and determine if it is fossil feces or just a pretty rock.
And so this gets into Rousey's question there too. Rousey says, but how do you know what animal the poop came from? Well, Karen Shin's going to talk about that in a minute. Yeah. Stiggy Winky says, how do I distinguish a coprolite from other stones if I come across a rocky formation? Well, she's talking about that. It's difficult. Like, this is the thing, is that sometimes you'll go to a rock shop and you'll see, you know, coprolites, fossilized dino dung on display. And they're trying to sell it for like $50 for a rock like this big. Those are usually not coprolites. Coprolites are actually pretty rare. They're often, like she said, more rare than fossil bones are. And they're much more difficult to identify. So chances are, if you're trying to buy a coprolite from a rock shop, that's not what it actually is. One of those things will get misidentified by somebody and then sold to a rock shop, and then that'll get sold to another rock shop, maybe at a rock and gem fair or something like that. And who knows who first identified it as a coprolite, but they were wrong, and it's been wrong ever since, you know. Scamolite, there you go, Skinchwin. Yeah. But yeah.
Once she's fairly certain she's got the real deal, Dr. Chin can begin to investigate its origins.
You don't know who the perpetrator was, right?
I really need to make that into an alert.
I'm going to begin to investigate its origins.
You don't know who the perpetrator was, right?
Yeah. So how do you figure that out? Well, shape is one clue. I've found lots of fossil crocodilian poops in the Hell Creek Formation, and they look very similar to the dung of modern crocodiles. They've got a similar kind of, you know, they're short, but they've got kind of like a spiral shape to them. So that can be a really good clue. A group of animals like that, generally, the shape of their excrement will be conserved over time, in the sense that, like, you know, the crocodilians that lived, or crocodilomorphs, I should say, like, say, Borealisuchus, that lived in the Hell Creek Formation, critters like this. This looks a lot like a modern crocodile in a lot of ways. And it is like a modern crocodile in a lot of ways, and its poops look a lot like modern crocodile poops. Jax Fax!
Jax Fax has arrived with 2 raiders.
Welcome, Jax Fax. How are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are things? It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. Jack's Facts, how was your stream? I hope it was excellent. Tell me about it. The perfect alert for the occasion. I know, right, Steely Dan? Beautiful. Jack's Facts, we're talking about coprolites, fossil dung, and how we can figure out what kind of critters left them, what that can tell us about ancient ecosystems. It's important stuff. So I was just saying that yeah, sometimes you can tell just by looking at the shape of a piece of fossil dung who left it. Like, crocodile poops are pretty easily distinguishable. Yeah.
Look at several different techniques to try and determine if it is fossil feces or just a pretty rock.
Once she's fairly certain she's got the real deal, Dr. Chin can begin to investigate its origins.
You don't know who the poopatrator was, right? I will first see if I can see anything recognizable on the surface, such as dietary residues or burrows from organism that burrowed in after it was deposited. I may make a thin section of it. I cut out a little piece and then I grind that down so you can see through it. Again, it's almost like you're in the field. You're like searching around the slide. Oh, what is that? Clues that say these are plant cells, these are animal cells, this is a piece of bone, it's a piece of shell.
Dr. Chin and her colleagues can then start to get into the nitty-gritty.
I might do...
I'm glad they didn't add a third rhyming word to that. Nitty-gritty, don't type it into the chat. Automod will get it.
Shell.
Dr. Chin and her colleagues can then start to get into the nitty-gritty.
I might do chemical analysis of it to see what kind of mineralogy it had. You can look at organic geochemical analyses or isotopic analyses. This is a kind of a new field in studying coprolites.
And with new techniques can come new insights.
One of my colleagues, James Super, analyzed some coprolites from the Arctic. Inside, he found compounds that give us clues about how warm it was 78 million years ago above the Arctic Circle.
Pretty cool.
But all the coprolites Dr. Chin has examined.
So that's really, really important. Like, you can help determine what the climate was like at a certain time in a certain place by looking at the kinds of organisms who have traces there in the coprolite. You know, if you find traces of, you know, like a shell of a certain kind of snail, and it's like, this is not a cold weather snail, that tells you, well, this is not a cold weather environment. Stuff like that. Very cool. Very cool.
Above the Arctic Circle.
But of all the coprolites Dr. Chin has examined, none have provided more insights than those from western Montana's Two Medicine Formation.
Yeah, home of Maiasaura.
I spent many years studying these coprolites, and one thing that they revealed early on was the presence of very distinctive burrows that indicate the activity of dung beetles.
As well as the occasional snail shell. More importantly,
they were filled with tiny pieces of conifer wood.
Dr. Chin mulled over those wood fibers until she realized that the dinosaur that ate them wasn't just munching on a pine tree.
The wood had actually been rotted before the dinosaurs ingested it. We don't have modern mega herbivores like elephants making a practice of feeding on rotting wood, so that was a real surprise.
Why do you think they would have been eating rotting wood, chat? It's not something that modern mega herbivores are doing. So what's going on there?
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Invertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source of protein,
a good source of protein, like maybe they're about to lay eggs, like is famous. Like Maiasaura, the good mother lizard. Good mother lizard is from the Two Medicine Formation. That's where these coprolites are from. This is a dinosaur nesting ground there. You had tens of thousands of these duck-billed dinosaurs, these hadrosaurs, laying their eggs there. It would make sense that they'd want to get some extra protein before they did that. So I guess this shouldn't be surprising, you know?
Go to a rotten log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
Her hypothesis was backed up when colleagues at the Denver Museum of Natural History and Science made their own fecal find.
They found coprolites in the Kaparowitz Formation, which is the same age as a tumedicine. They also have rotted wood inside. They also have evidence of dung beetles inside. But in addition, they have actually pieces of broken up crustaceans. They were clearly broken up, so they were ingested.
So these plant-eating dinosaurs are eating like crayfish.
Reveal a whole ecosystem.
We have the hadrosaurs, we have conifers, we have white rot fungi, and we have dung beetles and snails, all in this one ecosystem, and we have fossil evidence of how these guys interacted.
Pretty cool.
We can't get that from simple body fossils.
Yep. So that is one of the reasons why coprolites are so important. And we don't have that many paleontologists studying them, to be honest. Karen Chin is the one, like, big name that comes to mind. And there are a few other paleontologists who study coprolites, but I don't actually know their names. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that, like, we need more people studying this stuff. Because it is so incredibly informative. So if we have any young aspiring paleontologists in the chat who are looking for a way to contribute to fossil science in a really meaningful way, consider studying coprolites. Yeah. This never gets any less interesting. I'm glad, Lenina. I know this is like the 5th time I've shown that video, but it's cool, right? I think it's really, really cool. It's pretty neat. Does anybody know what the largest dinosaur coprolite ever found was? Can we find a video here? Okay, let's try this. I haven't seen this before, but
you see this?
Hopefully it'll be okay. What is this?
Hold it real still. You know what those are? Those are called the micropoos.
Hello everyone, my name is George Franson, and I hold the Guinness World Record for the largest collection of coprolites, or fossilized poop.
So now let's take a look at a bunch of great specimens from my poo safe. Look at this big beautiful one. It looks like it was just made. Oh, this is a little box.
I wonder how many of these are actually real.
Pellets,
you know?
Little pellets, medium pellets. Not only do I collect just fossilized poo, I collect fossils next to poos or on poos. Look at that poo. It's almost like a big grin for this exciting poo. All fossilized, I don't collect fresh poo.
I also hold the record for the largest coprolite in the world.
The only carnivorous dinosaur that was large enough to dump this remarkable bone-filled poop 70 to 66.5 million years ago during the late Cretaceous was a Tyrannosaurus rex.
I'm sorry, what? Did he say 76.6 million years ago? Because that would be like maybe 7 or 8 million years before T-Rex evolved.
Million years ago during bone-filled poop 70 to 66.5 million years ago.
70 maybe he said 70 to 66. What did he say?
Bone-filled poop 70 to 66.5 million years ago.
And now it just kind of sounds like he's just trying to give a time frame for like when Tyrannosaurus lived. Yeah.
During the late Cretaceous was a Tyrannosaurus rex. Interestingly enough, Tyrannosaurus rex skeletons were discovered in the same area as Barnum. So we can be fairly...
Is that named after Barnum Brown, the man who discovered Tyrannosaurus?
...confident that this is a T-Rex trophy turd.
So, has this actually been studied by paleontologists, though? Because this implies that it's in a private collection here. And I don't know what the official ethics surrounding the study of coprolites are. But if it's anything like vertebrate fossil remains, in order to actually publish on it, it has to be in a, in a museum. It has to be in a public research facility, or at least like a proper recognized repository there. So yeah, just because he claims it doesn't make it true. I mean, yeah, I don't want to rain on this guy's poop parade here, but oftentimes when you see stuff like this from the Guinness Book of World Records, it's incorrect. There are a lot of records in there that are incorrect. And apparently you can actually, basically pay to have a record. It's like $10,000 or something like that. Maybe it's $100,000. I forget. But, it's maybe not as reputable a source as you might imagine. I remember being a kid, and for whatever reason, every year my mom would buy me, for Christmas, the Guinness Book of World Records book for that year. She's like, Danny, you like reading? I found this at Costco. Like, thanks, Mom. And yeah, it's interesting for an afternoon, I guess. After a while, it was just kind of gross, where it's oh, here's the man who has hung himself by the back from meat hooks for the longest amount of time, and there's 2-page photo spread. It's oh, I don't want to look at that. Ugh, what? It's half the book is like that. But of course, I jumped straight to the dinosaurs page every time I would get this on Christmas morning. And I'd be kind of surprised because it'd be maybe a quarter to a third of all of the records in there, I knew were not correct. And I knew this is a 10-year-old child. So yeah, they're not the greatest. So yeah, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It's true, Lenina, and I just don't know if I'm seeing that here.
This is a T-Rex trophy turd. If you're wondering why coprolites are so awesome, you're in luck, because today I am going to share 5 fascinating things that coprolites can teach us.
Okay.
Number 1, home sweet home. Do you know that prehistoric critters actually lived in poop? It's totally gross, but it's actually...
This is a little sensationalistic. I'm feeling a little embarrassed about this. But yeah. Nice turtle pond. I kind of get the sense that this is filmed at his home, Claire Burr. He's somebody with a lot of money, paid for the privilege of having this record, all this other stuff, That's cool, but it is what it is. Hugin says, I wrote half of the... There you go, Hugin, yeah. Yeah. We've got some other dinosaur news to cover here, if you'd like. Unless... Hang on. Layer T, do you have any other questions about coprolites or anything before we move on? I hope you're satisfied with that deep dive so far, but if there's any topics you'd like us to cover in specific pertaining to coprolites, let me know. Otherwise, we've got some new Oviraptorosaur specimens from Texas, just published today, I think. Yeah, November 10th. Those are right here. The new Caenignatha dinosaur specimens from the middle and upper Campanian strata of West Texas. Once again, talking about Texas dinosaurs. So, Caenignathids are critters like Caenignathus. It's a particular group of Oviraptorosaurs that are well known from North America. also heard them pronounced Cenognathids before, but yeah. An Enzu, the gigantic one from the Hell Creek, because everything gets huge in the Hell Creek. This is one of the largest of the Canognathids. It might be the biggest. But there are... I'm trying to properly size this, and it is not cooperating. There we go. These are Canognathids. Some of them we've got pretty complete remains from. Some of them we don't have very complete remains from. But we've got a general sense for what these animals looked like, even if some of the specifics are a little elusive. Some of these guys, like Nomingia, had ridiculously short tails like this, with basically like a paiga style like modern birds have, where the tail is shortened way up so it could have these long tail feathers anchored to it, basically swapping tail vertebrae for longer tail feathers. Some of these guys are known from very scrappy material, like just a hand. For Hagryphus, I think this one is from Utah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And loading specimens to museums around the country. Oh, and that's cool, Kodali. George Franzen is Distinguished World Geographical Society Fellow. Explorers Club Fellow. Well, my goodness. I have mixed feelings about the Explorers Club, but yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Let's talk about West Texas or West, Texas. Let's look at that, Lenina. Pretty sure it's from the western part of Texas. Is West Texas, like the town, is that actually in eastern Texas? Because that would be really funny. New Canogathid dinosaurs from the upper Aguja Formation of West Texas comprise the most complete examples yet described from southern North America. 2 individuals are represented. Osteohistology indicates that both were mature at their times of death. So, good. We've actually got histo on this, which is cool. Although they share no overlapping elements, these 2 individuals are separated by overall body size, paleohabitat, and stratigraphic position, so they almost certainly represent different species. Different body sizes, different habitat, different strata. I'd love to see a histo expert actually look at this and go like, yep, those are both definitely mature. They've both definitely got an external fundamental signature. One individual consists of a partial hind limb, but exhibits too few characters to be phylogenetically informative, and is therefore referred to as an indeterminate Canognathed. The second individual is more complete. However, only 11 character states could be derived from its preserved remains. It is referred as an indeterminate Canognathed. So this actually is deserving of some real praise here, I think. These authors, again, none of whom I recognize here, they're doing this right, in the sense that there's no rule preventing them from naming these 2 as 2 new genera and 2 new species of dinosaur. And yet they decided to practice some restraint and go, this is scrappy material, we're not going to give it a name. And kudos to them for doing that. That is kind of altogether rare. And so they really deserve some praise for being prudent about that. I know I appreciate it. Huh. Yeah, good for them. Good for them. This is really cool. They could have had 2 brand new dinosaur names, and they said, no, that wouldn't really help things. It's one thing to come up with a new dinosaur name, You can get a lot of attention for doing that, but it can actually help set the science back if you're just naming new dinosaurs based on really scrappy material. Maybe they're planning to go out and collect more complete remains at some point in the future if they can find it. And if they can, and if it's got diagnostic characteristics, then they absolutely should name it. But what they did here, I think, is praiseworthy. So good for them. I like this. Yeah. And Science Stream says, naive question, why is that preferred? That's not a naive question. The thing is, sometimes you have dinosaurs that are named based on really scrappy material. Like Oho-Raptorsaurus right here is named based on a single pubic bone right there. That's it. So if somebody finds a complete skeleton of a dinosaur from the same time and place, except it's missing some of the hip bones like the pubis, you wouldn't be able to tell if it's the same animal or not. And so, I don't know, I would call this probably a dubious genus right here. Oho-Raptorsaurus. And I bet you if we look it up, it might even say that on Wikipedia. There we go. So the holotype is an incomplete pair of fused pubes. Those are the pubic bones. Due to the fusion of the pubes, this specimen is believed to have been a mature individual. That's, in my experience, not a reliable indicator of maturity. Yeah. So they're claiming to have 4 different autapomorphies here. Autapomorphies are... That's like a trait that nobody else has. It's like a unique feature of that animal. And they're claiming that it has 4 absolutely unique features just in this one single bone right there. Which sounds kind of doubtful, to be honest. I'd be lying to you if I told you otherwise, you know? Yeah. So yeah, when you're naming a new dinosaur, I think it's really a good idea to like have more complete remains than maybe a single bone. But that's just me, you know? Yeah. And Thing 1 of 2 says, did any ornithischian dinosaurs have feathers? It does seem like it, Thing, yeah. Yeah. And welcome, Squiggles de Gabo. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. We've got a dinosaur called Culindrodromeus. Ah. There we go. Culindrodromeus is an ornithischian dinosaur, which has got preserved filaments on its body, which seem to be feathers. So this is a dinosaur almost kind of like Hypsilophodon or something like that. Although Hypsilophodon is an ornithopod, I think this guy might not be that derived. Might be more primitive. But, yeah, check this out. Culindrodromeus zybicolicus, feathered herbivorous dinosaur discovered. This is one of the first, might be the first feathered herbivorous dinosaur. Or feathered non-theropod, I should say. Yeah. Fossilized remains of a feathered plant-eating dinosaur that lived in the lake-dotted lowlands of Jurassic Siberia between 169 and 144 million years ago. Previously, only carnivorous dinosaurs were known to have had feathers, so this new species indicates that all dinosaurs could have been feathered. It's possible. We don't really know yet. It's so rare that fossils get... that feathers get fossilized that... even if all dinosaurs had feathers... it'd be really difficult to demonstrate that because we don't have fossil integument from most dinosaurs. And even if we do have some fossil integument, some fossil skin. It's no guarantee that even if they had feathers, that those feathers would still be there on the carcass when the thing gets preserved. Sometimes scales can be a little bit more resilient than feathers. Anybody who's ever found like a dead bird on the beach that's been there for a month or whatever knows what I'm talking about. The scales on the feet stay on for a lot longer than the feathers do. Yeah. And Great Engineer Khan says, remember this one from a documentary back in the day. Only because a Belgian institute was involved. Interesting. I wonder if we can find any videos on Coelindodromeus. I've never looked before, but, well, here we go. Check this out. And I'm going to supply my own music, because I don't want to get DMCA'd for this. This is pretty cool. Like, reconstructing this dinosaur here. Neat stuff. Here, I'm going to go check on the 3D printer. I'll be right back. Yeah, beautiful. Check this out. And this is the Institute of Natural Sciences in Belgium. Very cool. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Check this out right here.
What was the function of those feathers? So what was the function of those feathers? Coelindodromeus was a small ornithischian dinosaur around 1 meter long. It had very long legs but very short arms. It means that even if its body was covered with feathers, Coelindodromeus couldn't fly. So what was the function of those feathers? Probably those feathers had an important role, an important function in insulating the body of the dinosaur, but also for the communication. For example, for mating between sexual partners.
Love when academics aren't used to being on camera. It's a little funny sometimes. Yeah. And Moohoodle says, that came out of my left speaker and made me immediately look over and see what was there. Hey, Moohoodles, how you doing, Moo? It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Hugin says, wouldn't a coat of feathers be counterproductive on sauropods? It depends. It depends. So, like, when sauropods were first hatched, maybe a coating of feathers would have been advantageous for them to be able to keep warm, you know, when they're first born like this. Almost like the down on a baby chick, a baby chicken. As animals grow, it becomes easier and easier for them to maintain their body temperature because they have a higher volume to surface area ratio. But when they're this small, they've got so much surface area compared to such little mass, such little volume, that, like on a cold night, a little baby sauropod like that might really struggle. Having a feathery coating might really help in a situation like that. We do think that's the case for theropods, but maybe not sauropods. We're not really sure. We do have, I think, some fossil skin from sauropods, and it doesn't show evidence of feathering. But would that really preserve if it's just like a kind of fine down or something? I don't know. I really don't know. Anyway, it's good to have you here, Moohoodles. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a great Friday so far. Hope you're ready for the weekend. It's good to see you. How have your streams been lately? It's been a while since we've rated in, because, I don't know, it just seems like you've been doing really, really well in terms of viewership. Yeah. But hopefully we can rate in sometime soon. Yeah. And Layer T says, if a new dinosaur could be assumed based on only a couple bones, are some bones considered more important than others? The skull. Layer T, yeah. Skull bones, and if you're gonna find any part of a dinosaur, finding bones from the skull, those are gonna be your most informative pieces. On the other side of the spectrum, what do you not want to find? Like, if you just find a random dinosaur element in the field, like, what are you not gonna collect because it's gonna be a waste of time? Probably ribs. Ribs are some of the least informative of dinosaur bones. Nobody really specializes in studying ribs because there's just not a lot of information in them, I guess, if you don't have the rest of the skeleton, you know? So yeah, if you just find a couple of loose ribs, you might look around a bit to see if there's anything else there at that site. Of course you're going to do that. But if it's just ribs, you're not going to spend the time to collect those, because we usually have such a time crunch in the field and such small budgets that it would just be a waste to collect some garbage ribs, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And been going, well, I'm glad to hear that, Moo. I'm glad to hear that. It's good to see you here. It must be getting cold there in Utah this time of year, right? Shoot. Yeah. And Galrock says, it's also possible that it was an evolutionary leftover and that feathers weren't that useful for sauropods, but stuck around for mating displays or something. Yeah, we're still trying to figure out where exactly feathers first originated. Because well, it turns out that Colindodromeus had feathers. And so that kind of implies that... Here we go. Well, let's talk about feathers on dinosaurs. Anyway, check this out, this old video from Vox.
This dinosaur might have been sort of fluffy. It's not clear how universal feathers were among dinosaurs, but while most of the specimens are theropods, there have been a few interesting findings from way over on the other side of the family tree. These two have bristles of some sort, which...
Yeah, I don't think that's actually real on Psittacosaurus.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Yeah. And Kodali, thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Yeah, I don't buy the hype around this. I think those are actually fossil plants here.
May or may not be related to bird feathers. And this one, found last year, has even more complex feathers.
There we go. There's our Colindodromeus, our ornithischian dinosaur that's got clearly some kind of feathery covering on it. Really cool.
Like filaments. These fossils may indicate that feather precursors date back to some of the dinosaurs' earliest common ancestors.
Yep.
Jurassic World.
Yeah, so it could be that feathers even predate the dinosaurs. Check this out. Pterosaurs may have had colored feathers similar to birds. I mean, not similar to birds. They didn't have, like, flight feathers. But we've known for a long time that pterosaurs had this kind of fuzz on them. Like this. What we call pycnofibers sometimes. And we're not really sure, is this something that's special and unique to pterosaurs? Is it just kind of like a kind of hair-like covering that they evolved? Or is this similar to the hair-like feathers of theropod dinosaurs, what we sometimes call like proto-feathers? Is this the same structure? Or is it different? If it is the same structure, that implies that the first dinosaurs would have inherited this from their ancestors. So, the dinosaur branch of the reptile family tree starts right here. So everything from here on up, everything that connects from here on up is a dinosaur. These are all dinosaurs up here, including modern birds right there. Pterosaurs, on the other hand, are right here. So these critters they're like close cousins to the dinosaurs. But if these guys also had those same proto-feathers, that must mean that it evolved at least right here. This early on, the common ancestor of the pterosaurs and the dinosaurs. And if that's the case, that implies that all dinosaurs would have ancestrally had feathers. And later, some groups like the sauropods may have lost those feathers. We don't know yet. We're still trying to figure this out. We need more fossils, and we need more people studying this stuff. So, yeah. That's one of the exciting things about dinosaur paleontology is there's always something left to learn. There's always something just over the horizon. And even one little fossil discovery can shake things up. Change the way that we think about entire groups of extinct animals. It's neat stuff. It's an exciting field to be in. For many reasons. That's one of them. Paleontology needs more funding. This is true, Lenina. This is true. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Moo. It's under 50 degrees. It's been getting chilly. Oh, man. Yeah, it was, like, hot here the other day. It was, like, above 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I think this past weekend. Yeah. But, yeah. And do crocodilians have any filaments at any life stage? They don't today, Smay, no. But that would be an interesting study to do, to look at the development of their scales and see how close any of that is to, like, the development of feathers in birds. If it's a similar developmental pathway. I don't know if anybody's done that work before. But, like, how hard would it be for a crocodile to evolve a structure that is similar to a feather? I don't know. That sounds like it could be an excellent PhD project for a young scientist. I don't think it's been done yet. Yeah. And Sagefon says, do you think dinosaurs could have mimicked other sounds the way that some modern birds can? That's a good question. It's a good question. And you sometimes, you know, in, like, popular media and stuff like that, you see suggestions that some of the more quote-unquote brainy dinosaurs may have done stuff like that. Things like troodontids, like Stenonychosaurus that SB there just requested a dinosaur deep dive on. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about these guys, the troodontids like Stenonychosaurus. And Troodon, of course. Everybody loves Troodon. My first introductions to this dinosaur was through this book when I was a kid. I was probably like, what? In 2000, I would have been, I think, 9 years old when I got this book from my grandma and grandpa. Yeah. To Danny, Merry Christmas. Love, Grandma and Grandpa. Love you, Grandma and Grandpa. Thank you. This was one of my favorite dinosaur books. It still remains one of my very favorite dinosaur books. You can tell it's been very well loved. But this is The Illustrated Encyclopedia of Dinosaurs by David Norman. The illustrations by John Sibbick. There will never be another dinosaur book like this ever published. There just won't be. This is incredibly comprehensive for its time. It is a fantastic resource. This was, I assume David Norman must have been working on this throughout the 1970s and it was published in the early 1980s. And this was basically almost everything that we knew about dinosaurs at the time is compiled within this book. Today there's just too much. It won't fit in a book nowadays. You'll never have a book this comprehensive ever published because once you get started on it, you know, you'd never be able to keep up with new discoveries. All right, here are the Sauronithoidids. So these, today we would call this Troodontids. Some people would call them Stenonychosaurids. But these are small, fleet-footed, two-legged, meat-eating dinosaurs with large eyes, with think forward-facing eyes. And they've got this sickle claw on their feet. You can't really see it there because of the shadow. Maybe see it there a bit better. This is what we looked like, what we think they looked like back in like the early 80s or late 70s. And this is Stenonychosaurus right here, by the way. This dinosaur is also known as Troodon. Right there. It's a very cool critter, and I really need to tighten up the... My ratchet is not here in my office right now. It's down in my car. Or I would tighten this up to get this thing to stay in place. But yeah. So Stenonychosaurus is... You can think of it as almost like the Canadian name for Troodon. It's a cool critter. This group has got an extremely convoluted taxonomic history. It's... Well... Here. Let me show you a clip to get us started. You might recognize this. Here we go.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana.
Yep.
The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
So this was discovered by, I think, Ferdinand van de Veer Hayden. He was like a geologist and explorer at that time. Yeah, this was actually the first dinosaur named from North America. Ferdinand Hayden brought it back to the west or to the east coast of the U.S. And then Joseph Leidy, the first like professional American paleontologist, he named it Troodon in 1856. He didn't realize it was a dinosaur, though. He thought Troodon was a lizard. Because at the time, all they had was this little tooth. This is the original drawing here. Yeah. That was all they had from this animal. And Joseph Leidy's like, oh yeah, it looks like a lizard. Call it Troodon, wounding tooth. It's a cool lizard. Later on, some paleontologists discovered the skull of an unrelated animal. Pachycephalosaurus. Which I am currently 3D printing. It's not finished yet. But yeah, this one's gonna be finished any second now. That's part of this from over here. Anyway, this dinosaur was discovered nearby. And it was thought, oh shoot, it's got similar teeth. This must be what Troodon looks like. And so for a while, Pachycephalosaurus was called Troodon. This whole group was called the Troodontids. And then later it became clear, oh shoot, these are not the same teeth. It wouldn't be until the discovery of another dinosaur up in Canada called Stenonychosaurus that things started to come together. And it became clear this thing's got pretty much identical teeth to Troodon. There we go. This is what we now know it looked like. Given that we understand these animals had feathers all over their bodies, this is a pretty good reconstruction of what one of these critters would be like. Yeah. Stenonychosaurus. Yeah, aka Troodon. We're still kind of... There's a debate that that's going on right now among dinosaur paleontologists? And should we keep the name Troodon? Because Troodon, again, is just... That name is associated with this little tooth. And that's not a good type specimen. It's just a single tooth. That's not very diagnostic. So maybe we should just get rid of that name. That's the argument. And just start calling this group of animals Stenonychosaurs. Start calling Troodon Stenonychosaurus instead. And I think there's pros and cons to that argument. The thing is, Troodon, that's such a well-entrenched name that, like, it might cause more confusion to get rid of that name. You know?
Troodon.
So, yeah. Let's see what Wikipedia says about this currently. They keep things nice and up to date, and if there have been new publications on this front recently, then, I'm sure they're featured here. There's that holotype tooth, by the way. Black and white photo. Multiple views. That is Troodon there. It's not... That's it. Yeah. It's a former wastebasket taxon and potentially dubious genus of small bird-like theropod dinosaurs, known from the Campanian age of the late Cretaceous. From... what is the original formation? Is it the Two Medicine? But yeah, like I said, it was thought to be a lizard until 1877. Recent analysis in 2017 have found this genus to be undiagnostic and referred some of those specimens to the genus Stenonychosaurus, long believed to be synonymous with Troodon, and some to the genus Letinovenatrix, and some to Pectinodon. So yeah, here's Stenonychosaurus here. Yeah, we know it's from the Dinosaur Park Formation in Alberta, but maybe also the Two Medicine Formation. If we sink Troodon into Stenonychosaurus, then that would mean that the ones from the Two Med are also Stenonychosaurus, kind of by default. There's the overall body plan of this animal. So you've got those long, leggy legs. You've got a tail that's not quite as long or as stiff as those of dromaeosaurs, like Velociraptor or Deinonychus. You've got a skull that, yeah, it doesn't quite look as vicious as those of the dromaeosaurs. It's got much smaller teeth. There's some suggestion that these dinosaurs may have actually been partly herbivorous. That they may have, you know, they may have been omnivores. Maybe they ate plants too. And they've got shorter arms than the dromaeosaurs, the classic, like, raptor dinosaurs, like Velociraptor or Deinonychus. Their arms are a lot shorter. And their legs and feet are, like, longer, more slender. They're just more lightly built. Think about it this way. If Deinonychus right here, if we analogize that to a wolf, so, like, say Deinonychus is a wolf, Stenonychosaurus and Troodon, they'd be like coyotes. Same general body plan. They're related, just smaller. And, you know, they're not going after big game in the same way that wolves are. At least not as often as wolves are. Wolves are bigger and beefier and, you know, they're more macro predators, I guess. They're going after big prey. Whereas coyotes, they're mostly going after little prey. They're kind of generalists. They'll eat whatever they can come across. Yeah. So yeah, not my beloved Troodon. We should just call them Troodoons, this reanimated bit. I mean, take that up with the ICZN, the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature.
Really, spared no expense.
And Great Engineer Khan, thank you for gifting Ornis the Avian Fiend.
Khan gifted a tier 1 sub to Ornis the Avian Fiend.
Great Engineer Khan, thank you for that gift sub. I really appreciate that. Holy cow, look. We only need 65 subs now to get to our goal by the end of the day. Our goal for the whole week. Let's see if we get there. Thank you, Great Engineer Khan. I appreciate your support. Yeah. And Pimpcat wants to know, could they open and close their hands and grab onto things with those stubby arms? It's a good question, Pimpcat. We're not really sure. Their arms don't seem quite as useful as those of dromaeosaurs. Yeah, we really don't know what they were doing necessarily. Here's Latenovenatrix. I really love this reconstruction. That's a beautiful, beautiful reconstruction there. These guys also had really big eyes. They may have been active predators at night. They may have been partly nocturnal. Maybe they were specialists in eating mammals, in eating our ancestors. And there's a clip that we can take a look at from Prehistoric Planet about these critters. And some of you will recognize this, too. Yeah. Check this out.
Most animals flee from the flames. But for some, the disaster...
I'm gonna flee myself. I'll be right back.
This 6-foot-long dinosaur, a troodontid, is one of the smaller members of the theropod group.
Look at those big eyes.
It's a cute sight, even in this smoky gloom.
It is a cute sight, isn't it?
And for its size, its
How
brain
cute.
is one of the largest on the planet.
Monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And the King 0351, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter in the Arctic. At the far's edge, troodontids gather to prey on animals that are trying to escape the flames.
Opportunistic like that. Clever. Heartless.
Anything that spreads the fire creates more opportunities for the most ingenious Arctic hunter of its time.
There are modern birds that do stuff like this. That's where this comes from in this documentary. That's where they got the idea for this. Little mammals. Our ancestors. Yep.
Success.
So a lot of you will recognize that from one of my cold open videos. I took that and edited it. But, yeah. There's a lot to unpack there. So this is speculative, of course. But there's some key points in there. Like, this animal is employing a strategy in that little vignette in order to catch some mammalian prey there. This speaks to how intelligent these animals would have been, because they do have one of the highest EQs of any dinosaur group. Dinosaurs like Troodon, like Stenonychosaurus, they've got a high encephalization quotient. And that just means they've got a big brain compared to the size of their body. Part of it is that they've got a lightweight, very svelte body, so, you know. But the brain's relatively large compared to that. And these critters, their brain-to-body ratio is a lot higher than those of the little mammals that they're chasing around. Those dinosaurs might have been some of the most intelligent animals on Earth at the time. Much more intelligent than our little mammal ancestors that lived in that same time and place. Which is interesting to think about, right? That our ancestors were not nearly as brainy as the dinosaurs that hunted them. Yeah. Pimpcat says, it makes me think they either pinned down their prey like that video you showed or grabbed them with their mouth and not hands. Yeah, I do wonder about the hands of these guys and what they actually use their hands for. Because they do have short, kind of stubby, not stubby arms, but just their arms are a lot shorter than the arms are in, say, Velociraptor or Deinonychus. So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. And Hugin says, what separates Troodontids from Dromaeosaurs? Well, so they split off sometime back in the Jurassic, I think. And they've been evolving separately ever since. And somewhere in there is birds, too. And we're still trying to figure that out. Dromaeosaurs, Troodontids, and birds are all very close to each other. So they all belong to a group called the Maniraptorans. And here's a Darren Naish picture. Yeah, illustrations are always kind of hard to see when he does them. But, let's see. That'll work. Yeah, nice. Beautiful. So this is what we call a phylogeny, an evolutionary family tree. We're trying to figure out how these dinosaurs evolved and which groups split off from which other groups as they're changing and evolving. And yeah, this is a diagram that we used to try and show some of these ideas. And Subsonic Flight, thank you for that gift sub there. I appreciate that very much. Look at that.
Subsonic Flight gifted a tier 1 sub to Moose Tracks.
Look at that avian dinosaur there. Breaking that glass. Thank you, Subsonic Flight. Appreciate that gift sub. So yeah, that little parakeet or whoever that was is part of aves, birds, up here. And then down here we've got Dromaeosaurids and Troodontids. So both of these guys are very closely related to the birds. And this is basically like a polytomy right here. A polytomy is like when you have 3 groups that all come from a common ancestor and you're not quite sure who is actually closer to whom, so you just put them side by side there, 3 or more. We call it a polytomy. Poly for many, tomy for... Tomy? I don't know. So Troodontids and Dromaeosaurs are the 2 dinosaur groups that we think are most closely related to birds. I bet you if you were to poll most dinosaur paleontologists who work on this broad group of dinosaurs, the Maniraptorans, the ones that are closest to the birds in general, the ones with feathers and stuff like that, Maniraptora, if you were to poll those paleontologists who work on this group, I would say you'd probably get more of them who say that Troodontids are closer to birds than say that Dromaeosaurs are birds' closest relatives. Troodontids, it seems, are probably a little bit more bird-like than the Dromaeosaurs. Part of that is that the fossil record for them is a little bit better. You've got Troodontids like Anchiornis, which is extraordinarily bird-like. This is a very, very bird-like little dinosaur, and it is a Troodontid. That's a beautiful reconstruction there, yeah, but it's missing the toe claw. Where's the little sickle claw on its toe? Yeah. That is a really nice illustration. Yeah, look at that. Oh boy. Very, very birdy little dinosaur. In fact, when Anchiornis was first discovered, I think we weren't quite sure whether it was just a very bird-like dinosaur or a true bird. It's that close that it's just... Yeah, here, take a look at this little video.
This fossil is dated 160 million years and has well-preserved pigments. It is the fossil of Anchiornis, a feathered dinosaur. This bird feather is magnified.
And hey, Subsonic Flight, how are you doing? Good afternoon to you too.
The tiny flecks are melanosomes, which contain melanin.
Great Engineer Con, you take care. I'll see you next time. Have a good weekend.
The color of the feathers.
Yeah, so we can actually determine what color the feathers were. That's really neat stuff.
Professor Prum and a team of researchers discovered melanin pigments in Anchiornis fossils as well.
Melanin pigments that make the black, brown, and deep reddish colors of hair or feather are packaged into tiny organelles that look like grains of rice.
The pattern of melanin pigments found in the Anchiornis fossil is similar to that of Hamburg chickens. Anchiornis probably sported colors similar to modern chickens 160 million years ago.
Yep. You gotta love that CG. Could they glide? It's possible. I like how he looks like he's wearing bell bottoms or something. With those feathers on the legs.
Featuring a red comb, the Anchiornis had white and black striped wings, which it likely showed off to rivals.
Yep. So as clunky as the animation is here, the patterning and the coloration this is based on fossil evidence. Like, you know, white striping on the wings like this, and then kind of a red mohawk. There's direct fossil evidence for that by looking at preserved color cells in the fossil feathers. Really, really cool. Dino Disco. There you go, Ornis. Yeah.
Long feathers grew on Anchiornis' hind legs.
And there you go, Hugin, yeah.
And they served a special purpose. The feathers allowed Anchiornis to glide like a flying squirrel.
Yeah, cool stuff. So that is a troodontid. So troodontids like Stenonychosaurus were extraordinarily close to birds. Stenonychosaurus is from a lot later than Anchiornis. Anchiornis, I think, is from the Jurassic, isn't it? Let's see. And look at that exquisitely preserved fossil. Just beautiful. You know? I've seen dead birds on the beach that look worse than this. And they, like, you know, died the day before or whatever. This is 160 million years old. It's pretty extraordinary. Glide like an Anchiornis, sting like a bee. There you go, Hylocomium, yeah. Isn't that cool, Sagiguana? Yeah. It's good stuff, good stuff. And, yeah, it's from the late Jurassic, about 160 million years ago. So, this is a contender for, like, the actual ancestor of the birds. This is a strong argument that birds actually all evolved from a troodontid. I mean, this is one of the best leads that we have there. And, yeah, it actually comes out... Oh, I guess it's more basal than troodontids? Is that right? According to this 2017 cladogram? Yeah, Anchiornis was found in a group with other so it would be outside of Troodontidae, even closer to birds. That's nuts. Wow. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, it's cool stuff. And when we're talking about this whole group of dinosaurs, like Stenonychosaurus, it's always important to remember how incredibly bird-like they are. And that's a far cry from what we used to think of them. Like, this is this famous Stenonychosaurus, aka Troodon, reconstruction that we see all throughout this documentary here. There we go.
Cavities. But the Troodon brain was so large, it left impressions on the inside of the skull. Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Unique among the dinosaurs, Troodon had an opposable finger that gave it a firm...
That's not unique, and it might not have actually been opposable like that. And also, it's not every inch the predator. There is some evidence that Troodons may have actually been herbivorous, or not herbivorous, but omnivorous. They may have eaten plants as well as meat. So yeah, and it's got slitty eyes there, HD. Yeah, I mean, they really kind of play up the, you know, the almost kind of lizardy aspect of this critter. Whereas nowadays, we recognize that they should look, you know, like, like this. I love this reconstruction here. It's so great. Much more birdy, you know? Maybe like this. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. They're really neat critters. You would have assumed Troodon used metric. There you go. Yeah. A very modern Tradoon indeed. Yeah, science streams. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah. It's funny that, I don't know, as a dinosaur paleontologist, seeing some of these clips in here is kind of funny to me, because you have Canadian paleontologists referring to this dinosaur as Troodon, whereas nowadays they would call it Stenonychosaurus. And that's been kind of a point of contention. But this is from a time in the 90s when... yeah, when it really wasn't yet. So yeah, anywho. My old undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio, works on Troodontids. I can't find a clip with him in here, can I? Verricchio, Troodon. Oh, very cool. He's got a whole talk on this critter. I didn't know that.
Associate Professor of Paleontology.
Yeah. And this almost looks like it could be an emote right here. That's very excited Troodontid there. It should, of course, have feathers all over it. I think this art was done in like the 80s or maybe the early 90s. But, yeah. I'm sure Dave picked this because it's an eye-catching photo. Yeah, it looks like the Pog emote, doesn't it, Moo? Or that cassowary, yeah, Lenina. Yeah.
Which, strictly speaking, is no longer
Anyway.
areas of research at the moment. Taphenops, long...
Nope. So I'm going to start. This image is a little bit outdated, right? Probably should have feathers on Troodon from other dinosaurs. But I kind of like his attitude, so that's good.
So this is my undergrad advisor giving this talk.
So I'm going to start with this guy. Do you know who this is? I thought...
Ooh, chat, do you know who this is? We celebrated his birthday a little while ago. Back in September. I believe it was September 9th. America's first great paleontologist. Who is it, chat? Not Bono. Hylocomium. Where's his glasses? Everyone knows Bono always wears those glasses because his eyes were lost in an accident. A guitar accident. It's Joseph Leidy, who was a remarkable scientist. And it's kind of crazy how little he is recognized nowadays. There's a book about him right there. Joseph Leidy, The last man who knew everything. He would blush at that characterization because he was actually a very humble guy. And unlike a lot of, like, high-profile people, apparently everyone who ever met him said that, like, yeah, he's just a really stand-up guy. And everyone only had good things to say about him. He named the first dinosaurs from North America after the Civil War here in the U.S. He actually served as a doctor in the Civil War for the Union side. He was trained as a physician. He basically helped establish the field of parasitology, studying parasites. In the U.S., he discovered that the trichinosis can be contracted from eating undercooked pork. Who knows how many lives he saved through that discovery. Holy cow. He was the first person to ever solve a murder mystery through the use of a microscope. So you could say he was also like an early pioneer in the field of forensic science. And he named the first dinosaurs from North America. Unfortunately, he was kind of, I wouldn't say forced out of paleontology, but two of his contemporaries, Edward Drinker Cope and Othniel Charles Marsh, they started this really destructive feud, productive and destructive. They ended up naming a whole bunch of different fossil organisms, like hundreds of them, and uncovering all these fossil specimens, but they also created all of these messes that we're still cleaning up today. Anyway, they had such an acrimonious feud that they basically forced Joseph Leidy, he was so fed up with them that he's like, I'm done with paleontology. And he never published another paper on fossils after that. So yeah. He was drawing it out. There you go, Lenina, yeah. Hylocomium says, I had not heard that about Bono. It's so sad, probably because it's not true. I don't think Bono actually lost his eyes in a guitar accident. But yeah, Moohoodles, Joseph Leidy was a really awesome person. And I believe it was his 200th birthday on September 9th. I hadn't read this book yet at that point, and we had a stream celebrating his life, but I didn't know that much about him back then. We'll have to do a really big stream this next year for his 201st birthday. So, yeah. And Tasha Dax says, was he the one who displayed the iguanodon with a nose horn instead of a thumb spike? No, that was Gideon Mantell, who was the man who described iguanodon. That was in England about 80 years prior to, 50 years prior to the work of Joseph Leidy. Yeah. Tasha Dax, you should be sure to catch our New Year's Eve stream, because we're going to be talking all about Gideon Mantell and Richard Owen and the dinner in the iguanodon and all that stuff. Holy cow. Yeah. Let me find you that clip real quick. Iguanodon clip. Here, check this out. This is super, super cool. So there's the iguanodon with the thumb spike on its nose.
Owen hired the leading sculptor of the day, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, to bring dinosaurs to life. From the fragmentary evidence, Hawkins built models that thrilled Victorian England. They were destined for Crystal Palace in London. It was the first dinosaur theme park ever built, and it still attracts the public today.
It's still standing today. The models, not the Crystal Palace. That burned down a long time ago.
Ever the publicist, Owen celebrated the achievement by hosting the most bizarre dinner party ever held. On New Year's Eve, 1854, he invited the leading scientists of the day to wine and dine in the belly of Hawkins' still unfinished model of iguanodon.
Yep. Pretty awesome. So we will be partly recreating this scene for New Year's Eve this year, because this was New Year's Eve 1853, and our upcoming New Year's Eve is in 2023. So that is what? 50, 100. It's the 170th anniversary. 170th? 180th? Anyway. And I'm not printing a life-size model of this, but we might do some green screen magic, Lenina. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. I might even have Lordy recreate some of the menu from this evening, because we actually know what they ate at the time. And there's even a video about that. Dinner in the Iguanodon.
Ever since
there we
I was
go.
a little kid, I have loved dinosaurs, from Dino and the Flintstones to Jurassic Park. But my love of dinosaurs pales in comparison with that of a group of Victorian scientists who once dined inside of an iguanodon. And while I tell you exactly why that happened, I'm going to be making salmi de perdrix, or partridge salmi, which was served at that reptilian repast. This time on Tasting History.
Yeah. So let's see if I can convince Lordy to maybe help cook up some stuff, or at least show me how to do that, or be integrated in some way into this stream. I think that would be a lot of fun. Yeah, so they ate dinosaurs in a I guess they did, Murph. That's true. What was that? Partridge? Yeah. Ugh. Anyway. We might do a vegetarian version of that. Mock partridge, maybe.
Through an alcoholic haze, the world's most eminent scholars could now picture prehistory in all its terrifying glory.
I love this. Those are the models that you can still see at Sydenham Park in England to this very day. Yeah. So anyway, little tangent there about Iguanodon nose horns and New Year's Eve and all that stuff, but make sure you tune in on New Year's Eve. I'm gonna have an extra special stream. Then all that stuff. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Anyway, let's continue with this for just a little bit to wrap up our Stenonychosaurus talk. Because my old undergrad advisor, Dave Varicchio, works on this group of dinosaurs and works on their reproduction, actually.
We'd start with a geologist, since I was talking to geologists. Anyone want to proffer a guess? Yes? No, he's not a paleontologist. He did geology in this area, famous for doing...
Oh, wait. Did I get that wrong? Is this Hayden? Is that Ferdinand van der Veer Hayden? All these guys had beards in the postbellum era like this. I thought it was Joseph Leidy, but this is Hayden.
Geology and sort of geographic surveys of this area?
Yeah, it's Hayden.
It is. It's Ferdinand Hayden, correct.
Yeah.
So Ferdinand Hayden is connected.
You can see how I got... Joseph Leidy. Here we go. Joseph Leidy. Joseph Leidy. And Ferdinand Hayden. Let's get rid of the rest of these tabs. Yeah. See how I got confused? Yeah.
Connected with Troodon formosus. So Ferdinand Hayden in 1860.
I've got a biography of Ferdinand Hayden there on my shelf too. I haven't read that one yet, but it's there.
70 becomes sort of the leader of the United States.
Fluffy beard versus long beard, says Phoenix Firestar. Oh, it reminds me of a... Speaking of the U.S. Civil War. Of course. There's always a Simpsons moment.
On May 21, 1864, the men of the 9th Bearded Infantry were sunning and fluffing their beards in the sun. Suddenly, enemy troops crested that hill over there.
Fort Springfield, we surrender unconditionally.
We're sick. We need leeches and hacksaws to saw off our gangrenous limbs.
But the Springfield Brigade was too brave to accept the surrender.
Come on, boys. Those white flags are no match for our muskets.
And the Springfielders heroically smote their enemies as they prayed for mercy.
Yeah, anyway. The beards were in fashion back then. Maybe I would have been popular back then too, you know? Noble spirit and beardedness the smallest man. Yeah, case in point, HD. Case in point. Yeah.
It's geological survey, surveying the territories of the United States at that time, which represented a big chunk of the American West. So he's going to lead around 12 trips out west, basically these expeditions to survey the American West, beginning in 1877. The most famous is sort of the survey of the Yellowstone area in 1871, which leads to the establishment of Yellowstone National Park, the first national park in the U.S., and some people say the first national park anywhere in 1872. But when he was a young man, the story is that he actually walked to college. So he lived in Rochester, the Rochester area in New York, and then went to college in Oberlin, Ohio, and walked to Oberlin, Ohio. I don't know how true that story is, but the biography that I read said that's how he got there, is he walked to Oberlin, Ohio.
I wonder if that's the same biography that's on my shelf. I need to read that. Yeah. And, you know, let's be fair. It's not that far from Ohio to New York. Like, I don't know. I just went to Ohio for the first time this summer. It's like practically the East Coast. It's, I don't know. I live out here in the West, you know? In the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. And out west, here, things are far away from each other. You know, to walk from, say, San Francisco to, say, Salt Lake City or something, that's a long, 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 long way. On the East Coast, though, things are a lot closer together, it seems to me, as a West Coaster, you know? Yeah, you just have to cross Pennsylvania. You got to walk across just one state, Tashdax? Yeah. Yeah. Us Pennsylvanians are next to Ohio. There you go, little pink pony. Yeah. Yeah. Ohio is just 1 degree of separation, one state over from the ocean. Everything's so close on the East Coast. Anyway. Yeah.
Went to college there. After that, he came back to New York State, went to med school in Albany, New York. And when he lived there...
Little Pink Pony says Pennsylvania is huge, though. Little Pink Pony, I live in California. Like, man, if you were to try and drive from the southern tip of California to the northern tip of California, I don't know how long it would take, but it'd be a long time. That'd probably be about 20 or 30 hours of driving, I imagine. Yeah. Cosmo says, Danny, if you had a lot of money, would you ride a new Rolls-Royce Phantom or a new Bentley Continental to your fossil digs? They wouldn't be able to make it out there. What are you talking about? No. And I'd never spend money on an expensive car. That's foolish. I don't know. No. That money could be going toward research and fieldwork and everything. Why would I foolishly waste it on some car, which moth and rust destroys, you know? Spend it on science. Or to last forever.
He lived in, he resided with the New York State geologist. And as a resident there, under this man, he got the geology bug, got interested in rocks and minerals and fossils, and he was kind of debating, oh, should I continue in this medical career? I'm just sort of intrigued by the geology and natural.
Anyway, let's get to Troodon here, Dave. He's really interested in the history here, and this is all cool stuff. But there we go. There is the tooth. The tooth. Yeah.
So he collects a number of teeth and other geological specimens and sends them back to Baird. And among them is this curious tooth here, just one tooth like this. And he sends it back, and it ends up with Joseph Leidy, who's a paleontologist in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia Academy of Sciences. And he names a new animal, Troodon formosus, which means beautiful wounding tooth. Oxymoron, perhaps, I don't know. Based upon this tooth. So it's distinctive enough that Leidy thinks it's a new animal. But it's only one tooth, and so for about 130 years.
And let's be honest, you don't consider SoCal to be a part of your state? What do you mean, Hylocomium? No. That's where the majority of people live in California, is in Southern California. You know? What?
We don't really know what Troodon formosus is. Leidy thought it was some kind of lizard, like a monitor lizard.
Yeah.
Some people, like Cope, suggest maybe it's a dinosaur. And it's really not until the 1980s that we figure out what Troodon actually represents. So Troodon is a theropod dinosaur, so it's in the group that contains all the carnivorous dinosaurs, so T-Rex.
And it's funny, like, a long time ago, I was talking with Dave, and I was like, can I do some illustrations for your talks and stuff like that, so you don't have to use, you know, really old-fashioned illustrations or, like, images from the Walking with Dinosaurs goofy movie? And he was, like, receptive to the idea, and then I kind of forgot about it. So I need to get back in touch with him. Maybe I'll do that when I ask him to be an interviewee, you know, on this channel in the future.
Rex, Allosaurus, Spinosaurus, Velociraptor of Hollywood fame, everything, all the theropod dinosaurs are there, all the carnivorous dinosaurs are there. Troodon is not a particularly big dinosaur, it's sort of a person-sized, I say sort of small person-sized. Its hips would be about level with our own hips. Might weigh something about 125 pounds. It does have unusual teeth. Some people think that that the teeth.
He's going to talk about herbivory?
There it goes. The teeth have these big serrations that may have eaten plants, or maybe it's an omnivore, or maybe it's something else.
Eaten
and
planets.
It's kind of famous for having a big.
The closed captions here. Maybe they ate planets, you know? Hear that hot new sound. Luis de Leon, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing?
New sound for their 4 listeners.
And how are those hummingbirds doing? I hope they're doing really, really well. Welcome, Luis. It is great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Good stuff. We're talking about a very dinosaur-like, very bird-like dinosaur right now. Troodon and Stenonychosaurus. We were doing a deep dive on Stenonychosaurus, which may or may not be the same dinosaur as Troodon, but Troodon is the name that most people know. So yeah, Troodon galactus, teeth for eating planets. Yeah, HD. Plants is what Dave said, but the closed caption said planets. Yeah.
The teeth. Oh, there it goes. The teeth have these big serrations that may have eaten plants, or maybe it's an omnivore.
Troodon looks beautiful. Thanks, Runewolf. Yeah.
And Troodon's kind of famous for having a big brain, so this is part of the brain case.
We were talking about that big brain earlier.
Houses its brain. And so for its body mass, Troodon is one of the brainiest dinosaurs, so maybe that means it's one of the smarter dinosaurs. This reconstruction shows it to have lots of feathers. Probably it should have feathers, but we really don't know how they should be arranged, or the colors, or the ornamentation.
We don't know how they should be, Elaine. Yeah.
It is a raptor. You can't really see it in this picture. So it does have this enlarged claw on its big toe that makes it a raptor. And then...
Dave, that's not it.
So it's kind of...
Its big toe implies that that's digit 1. This is the digit 2 claw, but whatever. Yeah.
Two-toed, and actually the long bones of its foot are sort of deer-like in their proportions. Right? If you've ever seen the cannon bone of a deer, it's kind of a long. It's basically two bones.
That's a very activated illustration.
This is
I agree. Yes, we are.
bones
Yeah.
fused together.
That's
The
insightful.
center one would house the retractable claw, and then these are the two running toes, the third and fourth.
SB says, wouldn't the big toe be the biggest one? I mean, that wasn't. That's the second shortest one, is digit 2. I don't know. I think of big toe meaning digit 1, but, you know, this is actually digit 2, where it's got the... Because digit 1 is the hallux behind, the dew claw.
Digit.
Yeah.
There. So Troodon, as I said, is a theropod. It sits among, I guess I should use this since we have two screens. It sits among all the carnivorous dinosaurs, but Troodon in particular sits close to birds.
Yep.
And is one of
like
the
we were talking about.
Theropods to birds. So it's sort of...
This is really cool that we're talking about this right now because this is going to be a big theme over the next 2 weeks. We're talking all about how birds evolved from dinosaurs and how we can know that using the fossil record. So yeah, getting ready for Thanksgiving. Everybody's thinking all about birds, you know, turkeys in particular for American Thanksgiving. Canadian Thanksgiving has already passed. But I'm hoping the Canadians might show up as well to celebrate with us. We're talking about the dinosaurian origin of birds as a lead up to Thanksgiving, and I'm excited about that. Yeah. And turkeys evolved from birds. This is true, HD. Yeah, they are birds. Just like they're dinosaurs. Yeah, so yeah. No lies detected, HD. You're correct. Yeah. Anyway, and Hylocomium, yes, I'm a vegetarian myself. I don't eat meat. Yeah, yeah. So Thanksgiving, usually the thing that I bring, that I contribute to the table, is my famous cranberry sauce, with fresh cranberries and fresh oranges as well. It's good stuff.
Dinosaurs we have to birds. I'll talk about this other animal, Oviraptor.
Yeah.
Which is also sits close to the ancestry of birds as well. Not as...
And it's funny, Oviraptor we talked about earlier this week very briefly because it was published in the same exact paper as Velociraptor back in 1924. It was the same exact paper. Velociraptor, Oviraptor, and Sauroornithoides. All published in the same paper. On November 7th, 1924. We mostly talked about Velociraptor that day, but yeah, Oviraptor was the same exact paper. Think about that. 3 dinosaurs published in the same exact paper. As someone pointed out in the chat, there just wasn't the same incentive back then to, like, draw this stuff out and, like, you know, there wasn't that same, like, publisher perish idea. We got to keep churning out papers. It's like, oh no, we got 3 new dinosaurs. Just throw them all in the same short paper, you know? It was a different time back then. Yeah. But yeah. Cosmos says, suppose Danny discovered a new species of theropod and all the digging, plastering, preservation, museum cataloging, etc. of the dinosaur was done in a month. How would that change paleontology? It would annoy people because it would be bad work. Because it takes much longer than that, Cosmos. So it would be detrimental to the field. Also, I'd probably die because I'd be trying to get too much work done in just 1 month. These things can take years, Cosmos. Yeah. Yeah. And while I share the recipe, I can go find it another time, Pink Pony, and maybe share it with you if you'd like. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think like 3 to 5 years is the average. Probably about there, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. But in this what if all the work takes years miraculously was done in a month? I guess that would change science in really unexpected ways because it would mean that miracles were possible. Basically, that would mean that we don't have science anymore. Because if miracles are a thing, then, you know, magic is fair game and whatever. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question, Cosmos. I'm not sure what you're getting at. Yeah. Yeah. Is there usually one preparator per fossil? No, it could be many. SV Harkin, it depends. It depends. Yeah. I mean, let's continue.
Close as Troodon, but pretty close as well. So we're kind of focused on this area. I have to get used to this mouse here. On this area close to the ancestry of birds. All the specimens I'll talk about come from the Two Medicine Formation. So that's a geologic unit in western Montana, close to the Rocky Mountain front.
Yep.
Dates to about 75 million years ago. It's sort of west of...
Cool stuff. Let me scoot through here, and we're not going to watch this whole talk, obviously, but there's some really, really neat stuff that we can do with Troodon nowadays.
Featherless, and it kind of just flops around, and it's really dependent on mom and dad to be fed and kept warm as well. Whereas the chicken hatches out, it's got feathers.
He's talking about altricial versus precocial birds.
So at Precocial in Slovakia, took this, I think it's a very humble looking egg. It doesn't look particularly good. We just sort of got lucky. He took it to the synchrotron in Grenoble, where you can sort of shoot it with high-powered beams and scan the interior. And this is
pretty cool.
He basically got an entire Troodon. This is probably the most complete Troodon we have ever found, and it happens to be an embryo inside an egg. But here's the femur, and here's part of the tibia, and here, this is sort of the distinctive metatarsals. I don't remember I pointed out those metatarsals before. It runs on those two outer toes, and the third little one.
The ropods. There you go, hylocomium.
They're embryonic bones, so they're not.
Isn't that neat, Harkin? Yeah. Yeah.
We're hoping to gain some insight about Troodon growth by looking at these bones on the interior. He's pulled.
And so this is kind of the funny thing is that, like, the Canadians say that they've got much more complete specimens. They call those Stenonychosaurus. They say that we should call ours from Montana Troodon. But we've also got really complete material too. And so you might just have two different groups of paleontologists referring to this, you know, to these dinosaurs by different names, because that's just kind of how it works. Like, there isn't like in astronomy, there's like an official governing body for terminology and stuff like that, where like they actually held a vote apparently on whether or not Pluto should be considered a planet. And the vote came out that it's not, which makes a lot of sense. Because if Pluto is a planet, then 200 other things in our solar system also have to be considered planets, because they're bigger than Pluto, or they're more spherical than Pluto, or whatever. They clear their own orbits better than Pluto does. But for Troodon versus Stenonychosaurus, we don't have some, like, body governing paleontology in that sense. There's the ICZN, the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, but that's mostly for disputes like which name should we use if it came first or whatever, and like this is not really about that kind of a question. It's just like, is Troodon dubious or is it not? So I don't know. It'd be really cool to be able to interview Dave and ask him what he thinks about all this. And yeah. Yeah.
On the interior.
So let's continue to scoot through here and let's look at those nests. Yeah.
They're kind of crushed by lithostatic compaction, but they have this pointy end down here and kind of a broader blunt end up top.
Yeah. The head would be up here, the tail curls around down at the bottom.
Bumpy ornamentation on
Yeah.
legs. So the shape, the smooth surface, and they're relatively large for the size of Troodon. So they weigh 300 grams. I don't know what that is equivalent to, 300 grams. 454 grams is a pound. So it's, what is that? It's like 12 ounces. So it's a fairly substantial egg, right? So it's about yay big.
It's like a coffee, or a soda can, basically.
A couple of differences, though, are that they're very elongate eggs. And that's a form of eggs that we really don't see among modern birds, right? So they have this kind of long aspect ratio to them. And they're not quite as big. So if you had a bird the size of Troodon, it would produce an egg that's about twice the size of the Troodon egg. But Troodon eggs are about 10 times larger than what...
SB says, what do you personally think is the most likely outcome for this naming problem? I suspect that we'll probably keep using the name Troodon, and maybe there will be a neotype named of this animal. Like, we've got fossil material from the Two Medicine Formation, and, like, maybe there will be an official neotype for Troodon. So, maybe, can I find a video about this, maybe? Holotype, neotype. Holotype specimens. Let's take a look at this here.
I'm Dr. Donald Henderson. I'm curator of dinosaurs at the Royal Tyrrell Museum. Whenever you name a new species, be it a living species or a fossil species, you have to set aside an example of that species that goes with the new name that you're giving it. We call this the holotype. And sometimes they're extremely rare and valuable because of,
I think
especially with
you should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
Hylocomium, thank you for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Dinosaurs, you only have one kind, one example. And we keep our holotypes in a very safe, secure room here, which we call type storage room. And we can have a look inside this to see what we've got. So here we are in the type room of the Royal Tyrrell Museum, and in front of me I have two examples of extremely rare and valuable specimens. So what this one in front is, it's a plesiosaur. It's not a dinosaur. We call them marine reptiles. This is the head and the front part of the neck.
I thought that was a skull, yeah.
Plesiosaur called Nicholsaura borealis, and it comes from the Fort McMurray area, and it's probably about 114 million years old. You can see this is the skull. It's really nice. It's a bit squished. This is where the eyes would be.
Look at those teeth
right eye and the left
interlocking there in the front.
Teeth, some of them showing along here.
Yeah.
This is openings on either side of the skull.
Temporal
for
fenestra.
Jaw muscles that would help close the jaw very rapidly and catch fish. This is the original bone. It cleaned up very nicely. We wouldn't put this on display for two reasons. One, because it's so valuable, we want to keep it safe in our safest room, but also because the skulls are so important for identifying different types of animals, we want to make it easily available for other researchers when they...
So remember when I said that if you're going to find any part of a new kind of critter, a vertebrate animal, you want to find its skull. That's the most informative part. Here he is echoing that idea right there.
Safest room, but also because the skulls are so important for identifying different types of animals, we want to make it easily available for other researchers when they come here to visit. And we have a steady stream of people that come to visit our collections.
Sauropod in perfect condition as possible.
And just an example, we don't just do things with
God, must that be nuts? Yeah, you're right.
We also here at the museum deal with small things. In here is a fly in amber, and this is the type specimen for this new type of fly. I won't take it out, but inside there you can see the little lumps of amber, and inside those lumps of amber I can see two little black dots, and that's this new fly that became entombed in amber.
Pretty cool stuff. So those are holotype specimens, and a holotype is like the first representative of a new species. And you've got to take very, very good care of it, because if anybody finds something that they think might be that species in the future, they have to compare it to the holotype. But for Troodon, the holotype is a single tooth. And that's not a very good specimen. So what you can sometimes do is name what we call neotype. Neo meaning new. So it's like a new holotype. It's like, well, we've got this mostly complete skeleton. That's a much better specimen, much more informative. We designate this the neotype of Troodon. And I think you might actually have to petition the ICZN for that, the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. But it's possible, and you can do it. And that might be what happens for Troodon. I think we should talk to Dave about that, but that might be like a viable thing for Troodon. Holy cow! Oh, we gotta look at this. Yes. Here, check this out.
So we looked at Troodon eggs. We basically sampled the eggshell.
Some of my art is going to come up in Dave's talk here.
Tangential sections, so not cross sections, but tangential sections.
Hylocomium says, so that's why Walt Disney had his head cryogenically frozen. He wants to be a future holotype for Homo sapiens. Hylocomium, you joke, but there was a paleontologist who wanted to do that. I was talking about Joseph Leidy and the Bone Wars and those two paleontologists who had that big feud and everything. One of them, Edward Drinker Cope, wanted to have his brain preserved and his skull studied. He wanted to be the holotype for Homo sapiens, for the human species. And I wonder if I can find a video on that. Edward Drinker Cope. Skull. We might not even have a video on that. There's some passages in books that I could tell you about. I'll tell you about it another time. When did Cope die? April 12th, 1897. I think we'll do a special... We did this last year. We'll do a special stream on the death date of Edward Drinker Cope. And we'll talk about the skull story and all that good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow, the no-beard man. Yeah, well, sometimes he had a beard. Like here. But he's often pictured with the goatee because these are some of the best surviving photographs and portraits of him. But there's other times when he did have a beard, like his arch rival, Othniel Charles Marsh. There's Marsh right there. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue with this.
So
I want to show you this illustration.
Here, tangential section, and this is one of the pores in the eggshell. It turns out that our interpretation is that kind of supports the other evidence. I would say kind of arguing from the nest structure and the sedimentology that we kind of thought that they would brood their eggs, given this sort of trace. But the porosity kind of corroborates that.
I did that illustration really, really quickly for Dave.
One adult, and you can see
He wanted like a really cartoony style, so that's what I did.
Articulated skeleton.
Yeah.
So it's kind of messy, both in the Cretaceous and with recent weathering. So it's kind of atop these eggs, but not in any kind of nicely perched position. But it's kind of a nice association.
That's interesting, Hylocomium.
It had bite marks on it from some animal chewing on it.
His pet Irish wolfhound. Wow.
We went through a lot of that skeleton, but at least it was associated with the egg. So our interpretation is that Troodon sat upon its eggs and brooded them in sort of a quasi-bird-like fashion. It's a little unusual in that the eggs are largely buried in the ground. So birds typically rotate their eggs. Right?
Yep. These guys probably didn't.
They're underneath the adult, we'll call it pheasant, right? And the adult can rotate the eggs to move them around. Some people that say that that's good for aeration or heat transfer. And they have special cords called chalazi that allow the embryo to rotate in there.
That's a cool word.
If you ever watch
Chalazi, a great Scrabble word.
Sea turtle eggs or crocodilian eggs, when people go in there, they're going to salvage these sea turtle eggs and incubate them in a lab. When they collect them, they mark the upside. And that's because the embryos of those animals actually adheres to the eggshell. And so if you rotate it over, you could actually kill the embryo at certain times in development.
Yowza.
So we suggest that maybe Troodon lacked these special features, the chalazi, and basically had to implant the eggs so they would never move, but they could still sit on them.
Huh.
You know, they haven't proof of that, but that's kind of our argument.
And then, anyway, I think I saw some more of my illustrations here. Scooting through.
There's beautiful specimens like this.
Oviraptor again.
By the American Museum in the 1990s.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
This kind of weird grouping with the eggs partially buried in the ground.
Oh, man, I feel like I should do a more up-to-date version of this for Dave. But yeah. It's an illustration that I did in, I think it was like 2014? 2013? There we go. Tracing the evolution of bird reproduction. And credit Danny Anduza. There's very, very simplified kind of schematic illustration there. Which is right here. Anyway, if you want to watch the rest of this talk, here is a link to it. There we go. Yeah. And you know what? It's 5:30. Streaming for more than 3.5 hours at this point. Our Pachycephalosaur skull piece is finished printing. It is not time to end the stream yet. You know what we've got right now? It's Friday afternoon, or Friday evening at this point. We've got a week's worth of learning that I can quiz you on right now. What do you say we start up another rollicking game of Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist? I say, let's go for it, chat. Let's go for it. Starting now. Welcome, welcome, everyone, to another edition of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or rather, a Paleontologist. Those are usually not the same thing. Paleontologists usually do not get paid very well, as I have certainly learned over the years. I hope you're ready, everyone. I hope you've been paying attention. Here's how this is going to work, if any of you are new to this whole thing. I'm going to be asking you some questions pertaining to different things that we've talked about over the past week. Or at least since our last Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist game, which was last Friday, a week ago today. You will see a question on the screen. You will be presented with 4 potential answers. This is how you give your answer, so pay attention here. You select one of them, think about which is the right one, which one you think is the right one, type the letter of that answer, A, B, C, or D, into the chat. Can you handle that? Of course you can. And then I'm just going to be kind of loosely taking chat's temperature on this, just seeing what people seem to be going for. We're looking for a broad consensus here. And we'll see if you can get the $1 million. So without further ado, let's get into Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. You ready? Question number 1 is as follows. For $2,000. The first dinosaurs to evolve walked on how many legs? Oh, this should be easy, chat. Is the answer A, 2, B, 3, C, 4, or D, 5? The first dinosaurs to evolve walked on how many legs? I'm seeing some A's in chat. I'm seeing a D and a C. But A seems to be predominant so far. This is a question that chat got wrong at one point. It was also the first question on that edition of Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. So I'm really glad that, well, chat seems to be picking a different answer. Bat Medler says this was also question 1 the time we got it wrong. Yes. Bat Medler remembers. Yeah. And I'm really glad that the chat is going for a different answer this time. 2 legs. The first dinosaurs walking on 2 legs. Interesting, chat. Interesting. Well, well, well. If you want answer A, 2 legs. Is that your final answer, chat? What do you think? You seem pretty sure. You are correct. Congratulations, chat. Indeed, the first dinosaurs that we have so far all walk on 2 legs. Bipedality, walking on 2 legs, is the basal state for dinosaurs. All of the very earliest dinosaurs, from little Eoraptor, right here, whose skull I have a 3D print of, right here in my office. Eoraptor is a 2-legged dinosaur. So are all of the other earliest dinosaurs, like Styracosaurus, right here, or Herrerasaurus, right here. All of the earliest dinosaurs were small, 2-legged meat eaters. So every dinosaur that walked on 4 legs later on, that's something special that they had to evolve somewhere along the way over tens of millions of years. And we see this in dinosaurs like Plateosaurus from the late Triassic. This is on the line to the big sauropods. And it's starting to get a big body, and it's starting to maybe walk on all 4s a little bit, but we think it was primarily still walking on just 2 legs. You see how those forelimbs are not very well adapted for locomotion yet? We think this guy's a 2-legged walker still, but thinking about embiggening those forelimbs as that gut enlarges, as the animal gets longer, and eventually, actually just a little while longer, a little while after, you get your full-on quadrupedal sauropods like Vulcanodon, which has got much more pillar-like forelimbs like this. So it's really cool how we can kind of watch dinosaurs progress. We can watch them evolve over time. I think this is one of those really cool stories in dinosaur evolution. It's watching quadrupedality evolve in multiple groups, because the very first dinosaurs all walked on 2 legs. So yeah, you love that evolution shift? Isn't that cool, Phoenix? Yeah. Very, very cool. Anyway, chat. Very well done there. $2,000 in your pocket now? You ready for the next question? I think you are. Let's get into it. Nope, hang on a minute. This is being annoying. There we go. For $4,000, your question is, of the following, which is the best definition of biological evolution? This is going to seem tricky, but I promise you it's not. Or shouldn't be, anyway. Which is the best definition of biological evolution? Is it A, the metamorphosing of animals as they grow and develop? B, creatures growing better adapted to their environments through their lifetimes? C, change in a lineage of organisms over multiple generations? Oh, and holy cow, Miggity Marty, thank you for those gift subs there. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Miggity Marty, Thank you.
Miggity Marty just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you for very generously gifting 5 people each a sub so they don't have to watch any ads or anything like that for the next month. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Appreciate you, Miggity Marty. Thank you, thank you. So A, is evolution A, the metamorphosing of animals as they grow and develop? B, creatures growing better adapted to their environments through their lifetimes? C, change in a lineage of organisms over multiple generations? Or D, if humans evolved from monkeys, then why are there still monkeys? What do you think, chat? I appreciate you too, Meggity Marty. Thank you. I'm seeing some C's in chat. C. Linnaeus is D, though. Golganex says, oh, say, can you see? Seems like chat like C there. Change in a lineage of organisms over multiple generations. Is that what evolution is? Well, if that's what you want, I guess we'll find out. Is that your final answer, chat? I think it is. And you are correct. Very nicely done, chat. Very nicely done. So yeah. I'm really glad that you were so confident about that and that you got it right, because this is one of those things that, especially here in the United States, so many people don't understand, because this sort of thing just doesn't get taught in like half of US schools, even though it is the fundamental principle underlying literally all of biology. Yeah. And here we go. Let's take a look at this quick video. This is some good stuff.
What exactly is evolution?
Yeah.
In biology, the theory of evolution doesn't tell us exactly how life began on Earth.
Nope.
But it helps us understand how life, once it came into existence, diversified into the many incredible forms we see now and in the fossil record.
This gets taught at home, yeah.
It also helps.
I didn't learn this in school, Phoenix Firestar. I never learned this in school. I had to read this in books, you know, in my free time. Yeah.
This makes sense of the way in which modern creatures continue to adapt and change today.
Yep. Where's
In
the definition,
biology,
though?
Evolution can be defined as
Here we go.
change in the heritable traits. Those are physical traits like fur color in mice, spots on the wings of butterflies, or instinctive behaviors like the way that dogs greet their friends with a sniff, within a population across generations.
So there you go. Any change in the heritable traits within a population across generations. This is not word for word, the definition that I gave you there, but science is not about having things be word for word. This isn't law or theology or something like that. It's more about the concepts than it is about the verbiage. And so right here, change in a lineage of organisms over multiple generations. The multiple generations thing is it's the clincher. That's really important there. So, Luis de Leon says, Danny evolved a suit. I appreciate the enthusiasm, Luis. That's not evolution, though. And you know that. Of course you know that. But that's a change, you know, during someone's lifespan. You know, ontogeny. I changed into a real life suit right here, you know? Ontogeny. Yeah. It's definitely not just a shirt with a suit printed on it. But if I had offspring and they were born with a suit like this and their offspring were born with that, and that would be an example of evolution, because that's change across generations. You're a little bit different from your parents, and if you have kids, they'll be a little bit different from you. That change through generations is evolution. You have enough changes through generations and you can get really, really big shifts in how organisms look and behave, what their skeletons are like, everything else. It's a cumulative change over generations like that, inherited from one generation to the next. And you got that. So good for you, chat. Nicely done. So let's move on to the next question for $8,000. You ready? Let's do it. Your question is, why doesn't carbon-14 dating work on dinosaur fossils? Is the answer A, dinosaur bones contain too little carbon? B, the half-life of carbon-14 is too short for how old dinosaur fossils are? C, carbon-14 dating is too expensive? Or D, the carbon in dinosaur bones turned to oil? What do you think, chat? Seeing some B's in the chat. In fact, it's all B's so far. Klingar says, what's carbon-14? Oh, you're about to find out. Welcome, Klingar. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. HD says B and C. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Seems like chat wants to be there. So, is that your final answer, chat? Carbon-14. The half-life of carbon-14 is too short for how old dinosaur bones are? Well, let's find out. You are spot on, chat. You are spot on. Nicely done. So let's talk about why. Carbon-14 is a radioactive isotope. So there are certain isotopes. Isotopes are a kind of an element. It's like a different flavor of an element. So carbon, of course, is an element. Carbon has 6 protons, I believe. But, well, here. So everybody's familiar with the periodic table, I hope. They've got little numbers on there. Carbon right there is, here we go. It's got a 6 right here. Because it's got 6 protons, positively charged particles within the atom. But atoms also have neutrons. It doesn't affect the charge because it's neutral. That's why it's called a neutron. And they can have varying numbers of those. That's what we call isotopes. When there's like, it's almost like different flavors of the same kind of element, you know? Carbon-14 is one of those flavors. And some of those different flavors, they melt, they decay, they break down at a set rate. And if you know that set rate, then you can figure out how long they've been, you know, decaying for. So take a look at this.
Age of certain types of rock. Radiometric dating relies on the fact that certain elements have what are called isotopes.
Yep, like we were talking about.
With extra neutrons.
There's carbon-14 there.
Each radioactive isotope decays at a consistent rate. These measurements give us something called the half-life, or the amount of time it takes for 1/2 of the isotope to decay. When an isotope's half-life is up,
again, like I said last time, you in here on Twitch are probably familiar with the title of the game. Half-Life with Morgan Freeman. You all know this game, right? Yeah. That's where that term comes from. Half-life is the half-life of radioactive isotopes like this.
half your original element will be gone, transformed into a different isotope. Another half-life and you're down to 1/4 of your original.
You know of it. Me too, Thalo. I know everything about it. I even know Morgan Freeman of Half-Life. Yeah.
And you're down to 1/8, and so on.
The length of a half-life is different for every isotope. If you wait for enough half-lives to pass, you'll have a hard time detecting any of your original material. So to date something relatively recent, you want an isotope that decays quickly. To go older, you want an isotope that decays very slowly.
So carbon-14 has got a half-life that's really short. So it can be used for things that are pretty recent, but it does not work for dating dinosaur fossils. They are way too old. The last of the non-avian dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago. So if you try to carbon date them, you're going to end up with really wacky results, and they're not going to be consistent, and, you know, it just doesn't work. Like, it's not repeatable in this way that science should be, you know, to actually get a good result. So you've got to use other radioactive isotopes that do work on older strata.
The term carbon dating refers to dating using carbon-14, which we mentioned earlier. It has a half-life of 5,700 years, and most of it will be gone by about 50,000 years. To date things that are older than that, you want an isotope that decays very slowly. Uranium-238 has a half-life of 4.5 billion years, so it can be used to date things as old as the solar system itself. How do we use this to get the age of something? The unstable radioactive element that you use is called the parent, and the stable, happy isotope you end up with is called the daughter. Dating only works if the only source of the daughter isotope is the decay of the...
Anyway, he's kind of getting into the weeds a little bit here, more than I wanted to, but, for this brief segment. We watched this whole video the other day. Or most of it, anyway. But yeah, think of it like an hourglass. If you know how long it takes for an hourglass when you turn it over to go all the way through, if you were to take a picture of the hourglass at any point, you'd be able to tell how long it's been since it got flipped over, right? It's the same thing with radioactive isotopes. If you look at the ratio of the top to the bottom, the unstable to the stable isotope, then you can tell how long ago that rock was formed. It's actually pretty simple conceptually when you really understand it. Carbon-14 dating doesn't work on dinosaur fossils because its half-life is way too short. It's like having a really small hourglass with just a little bit of sand in it. If you wanted, you know, an hourglass that lasts a whole day, it's got to have a lot of sand. So, like, something happened a long time ago, and you need an isotope with a really long half-life. But you already knew that, didn't you, chat? Well done. Very nice. $8,000 in your pocket. You ready to try and double that now? Well, let's do it. For $16,000, your question is: evidence published in the past week suggests this dinosaur was adapted for living in burrows. Is the answer A, Dilophosaurus? B, Pachycephalosaurus? C, Velociraptor? Or D, Thescelosaurus? I believe we talked about this just yesterday, chat. D is for dinosaurs, Golganek, it's true. But is D the right answer? It seems like everybody's saying D so far. Thescelosaurus living in burrows? Really? New paper about this? Well. Yeah. Oh, and Klingar had a question earlier. How do they date dead humans? Carbon-14, oftentimes. Yeah. Because humans have not been around for very long. Yeah, modern humans have been around for maybe 100,000 years. Chances are the remains, if they're still around, they're less than 50,000 years old, so you can use carbon-14 for them. But you might use potassium-lead dating, or argon-argon dating, or uranium-lead dating, or something for the rocks around dinosaur fossils. Chances are you won't have zircons in the dinosaur fossils themselves, but if you can find 2 layers of rock sandwiching the dinosaur fossil, you can date both of those, and you've got, you know, a beautiful range for when your dinosaur would have lived and died. Anyway, it seems like chat really wants D for this. Thescelosaurus. Thescelosaurus is a burrowing dinosaur. Well, let's see here. Is this your final answer? It is, and you are correct. You remembered, chat. Very nicely done. Yeah. So yes, indeed, it is Thescelosaurus. This is that paper. The neuroanatomy of the late Cretaceous Thescelosaurus reveals novel ecological specializations within Dinosauria. That novelty is burrowing here.
The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long.
Klingar, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that.
1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
It's good dental hygiene there, Klingar. Glad to have you here. Thank you for the follow. So this character combination in conjunction with features of the postcranial anatomy is consistent with specializations for burrowing behaviors in the clade. So there you go. A burrowing dinosaur. And let me show you the press release. There we go. One of the last surviving non-avian dinosaurs lived in burrows, had super senses. Study. Here's a link to that, which will link you to the original paper too, if you're interested. Yeah, good stuff. Little Thescelosaurus here, living in burrows. Gotta love it. Some lovely art there. I like that a lot. Love the rays of sun coming in through the forest canopy there. Very nice. Very nice, chat. You know what else is really nice? Having $16,000 so far, but I think you can double that on your way up to $1 million. In fact, if you want to get to the $1 million, you're going to have to double that several times. So, you ready for the next question? Of course you are. Let's continue. For $32,000, your question is, what is the one defining trait of all mammals? Is it A, they give birth to live young? B, they are warm-blooded? C, they evolved from a mammalian ancestor? Or D, they have hair or fur? What do you think, chat? What do you think? I'm seeing some C's. Golganek says chicken emoji, rain emoji, chick emoji? Oh, is that a cloud emoji? Okay. Those are all C words, Golganek. Okay. Golganek, it seems, says C. Victoria says Charlie. Golganek says cat and coelacanth. Both C words. Luis D. Leon says D. They have hair or fur. Interesting. And the hairspace says E. They're all just a bunch of dang old varmints. Those yellow-bellied marmots. But they evolved from a mammalian ancestor. That's what chat seems to be saying with C there. So, I'm pretty sure. Although Rylesy says D and Mirth says D. That they have hair or fur? D for dolphin, says Gerbil Ninja. Dolphins, of course, famous for their hair or fur. Yes. Moose Track says whales don't have hair. Well, Moose Tracks. As a moose who has hair, you might be an expert on this subject. Might be inclined to believe you there. Yeah. Luis D. Lone says monotremes give birth to eggs. They do. They lay eggs, yes. Trappy Jenkins says, but if all mammals descended from mammals, how did mammals start? From mammals, Trappy Jenkins. From mammals. Yeah. And live-bearing fish give birth to live young. This is true, Frazo, yeah. What's the one trait that, like, only is true of only mammals? Seems like chat's not as sure about the answer now. Truckhorn says C. Well, should we do a poll on this, maybe? Gojira says all the C. And Diagonal says the question says trait, so one answer isn't possible to my thinking. Oh, consider... Maybe I should have said one defining feature, or characteristic, or thing? No, come on now. Stupid thing. Edit this game. Hang on a minute here. Working on this. Almost there. There you go. What is the one defining characteristic of all mammals? A, they gave birth to live young. B, they are warm-blooded. C, they evolved from a mammalian ancestor. Or D, they have hair or fur. Let's see. C, D, D, C. Still C, says Gojira. C, says Dribble Ninja. Bet Medler says C. Moose Track says B. An Imaginary Refuge says all mammals having it is not the same as only mammals having it. Well, there's only one of these things that is true for all mammals. I'll put it that way. Only one of these things is true of all mammals. So it essentially is the same thing, Imaginary Refuge, in this case. With these examples. Plopkins Mustard says C. Asazi says B. SV Harkin says C. Sculpin says C. Let's see. I am gonna start up a poll here. Okay. A, B, C, or D. Let's make it a 1-minute poll. And start. There you go. A, B, C, or D there. What do you think, chat?
Ontogeny.
well. Since the poll has ended with 74% of chatters saying C is the answer here. C, so... But is that your final answer, chat? Yes? No? Yes? No? Well, we did a poll. So that's as sure as we're gonna get here.
Hold on to your butts.
And you are correct. Of course. Yes, indeed. So the way that we as scientists classify living things isn't actually based on any sorts of physical traits. And mammals are a good example of this. Because not all mammals give birth to live young. There are some mammals that lay eggs. The platypus and the echidna are two living examples of this phenomenon, but there were lots and lots of ancient mammals that also laid eggs. In fact, during the age of dinosaurs, it was probably most mammals laid eggs. Could it be B, they are warm-blooded? Not all mammals are warm-blooded. Warm-bloodedness is not what makes a mammal a mammal. Most mammals tend to have elevated metabolic rates. They tend to be what we call endothermic, but there are some mammals that do not generate their own body heat in a really meaningful way. Likewise, there are sauropsids, there are reptiles that are warm-blooded. Leatherback sea turtles are a good example. There are both ray-finned and cartilaginous fishes, which are warm-blooded. They generate their own body heat. And warm-bloodedness is just not... It's not how we classify living things. Living things can have a range of different metabolisms throughout different lineages. And there are other... Again, there's lots of other warm-blooded reptiles, too. Birds are a perfect example. Likewise, there are cold-blooded mammals. Cold-blooded, things like sloths. Things like naked mole rats. Critters like that that they live in a warm environment or they have other ways of regulating their temperature that's not internal. Hair or fur? I suppose you could make an argument that cetaceans, even odontocete whales, might have tiny little hairs on them when they're first born that I think they later lose in ontogeny, but I don't know. Not all mammals really have hair or fur in the way that we usually think of it. Instead, the way that we actually classify living things is based on their ancestry, their phylogeny. And so the correct answer was they evolved from a mammalian ancestor. You could have a mammal that evolved to have zero hair at all. Like, no trace of hair, nowhere in its development, nowhere in its embryology or anything like that. It would still be a mammal. Hair is not a defining characteristic of mammals. The only real defining characteristic is that it evolved from a mammal ancestor. I think a lot of people are really confused by this because this is not the sort of thing that really gets taught in school properly. Because evolution is not usually taught in schools properly, especially here in the US. What determines what group you belong to is what your ancestry is. That's how we classify living things. It's phylogeny. So yeah. HD and HB says, I wonder if whales grow ear hair as they get older. Maybe they do. Whales' ears are internal, and they have these weird, like, plugs of wax that develop over time. That's one of the ways that you can actually, like, tell how old a whale was. And, like, you can get a lot of interesting information about there. I wonder if there's any hairs in the ear canals internally. Maybe. I don't know. So, yeah. Luis de Leon says, so the first mammal's ancestor was not a mammal? It was not a true mammal, but it was what we would call a stem mammal. So this is getting a little bit complicated, but we don't know yet what the first true mammal was. But what would make the first true mammal is that all living mammals descended from it. And no outgroups. Only today's true mammals descended from that first original ancestral mammal. I wonder if I can find a video kind of explaining this concept. Phylogenetic classification. Looking. This is gonna get... this is something that we clearly need to go over a little bit more in the future, which is good information for me. This is good feedback. But yeah. These are all gonna be too long to cover for right now. But yeah. Patrick Crusader says, what mammals are not warm-blooded? Well, let's talk about that, if you want some more information on this. We just saw a video about this the other day and talked about it. Here we go.
You probably learned that there are two types of animals. Warm-blooded ones, which generate heat internally and therefore keep their bodies at a consistent temperature, and cold-blooded ones, which rely on the environment for heat and therefore have body temperatures that fluctuate. But that's basically wrong.
Yep.
I'm David, and this is Minute Earth. When you try to actually categorize animals by their temperature regulation strategies, they don't fit neatly into two buckets. Let's take a look at how animals generate their heat. Mammals like humans and bears and hedgehogs mostly generate their heat internally, putting them over here. But other mammals, like naked mole rats, have mostly lost that ability because they live in underground chambers with natural year-round climate control. So
naked mole rats are a good example.
And while many reptiles and invertebrates and fish have to get most of their heat from their surroundings, and thus go here, some, like honeybees and tuna, can also use their powerful...
And that's weird they put leatherback turtles over here, because leatherback turtles actually generate their heat internally. That's why they can live in such cold water.
...to generate heat
so that's an error there. That's a mistake.
Honeybees can actually generate so much internal heat that they can collectively cook invading hornets. So how animals generate heat is way less of a split than a spectrum. But wait, the ostensible purpose of being warm-blooded, that you'd keep your internal body temperature consistent, doesn't hold true either. Even though a bear generates its own body heat, when it hunkers down for the winter, its body temperature drops. So we need to add another dimension to really represent all the different temperature regulations.
Anyway, it's a complicated answer. Metabolism is not just warm versus cold-blooded, and that's really not a good way to think about it. Yeah. Here's a link to that video if you want to watch it. Bookmark it for later, open it in a new tab or whatever. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Dank Cheez-It says, so way back, wasn't everything evolved from one amoeba thing? Yeah, Dank Cheez-Its, yeah. Yeah. That's the underlying, like, principle of common descent. Is that all life on Earth can be traced back to a single common ancestor, what we call LUCA, the last universal common ancestor, LUCA. We don't have fossils of this thing because it was just a tiny little squishy little microbe about 3.8 billion years ago. But the whole fossil record, the history of life on Earth that we can decipher through fossils, all points to this idea. First, you start off with just single-celled organisms. They get increasingly complicated, I guess, and multicellular, and today you've got this amazing plethora of different organisms that all descended from that common ancestor a long time ago. So yeah. But yeah. And let's see here. And Truckhorn says, so the point is less that there's necessity of an example of traits, but more that those traits are simply not how we define as a whole. Yes, Truckhorn, that really is the crux of this. Is that when we as scientists are classifying living things, what makes a mammal is not that it's warm-blooded, or it gives birth to live young, or it has hair or fur, or it feeds its young with milk, or anything like that. Even if all of those things were true of all mammals, that's not what makes it a mammal, because a member of that group could lose any one of those traits and it would still be a mammal. Those are clues that point to it being a mammal, but that's not what makes it a mammal. What gives it membership in the mammal clade is that it evolved from a mammal ancestor. It's part of that branch on the tree of life. That's what makes it a mammal. Does that make sense? I hope that much is cleared up now. Yeah. And hello, my name is Luca, HD and HP. We used to sing that song in the field. But yeah. And Truckhorn says, makes sense. Traits can go wild at any time. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Like we were talking about the mosasaurs earlier that developed live birth. They're reptiles, and most reptiles today, we think of them as laying eggs, but yeah. So traits can lead you wrong. Like, physical traits, they can lead you astray. What actually matters is the ancestry, what they evolved from. Yeah. So yeah. So what you're saying is life is non-binary. There's lots of different gray areas and unique critters and like weird directions that evolution go in. And absolutely, Rylesy, yes. 1,000,000% yes. If that is like the one thing that people take away from this broadcast today is that life is amazing and squishy and complicated and doesn't like to fit into the neat little boxes that we try and put it into, then I've done my job, you know? Then you've learned something really valuable about biology today. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. There you go. That's science, baby. That's the science of living things. So anyway, very nicely done, chat. You got that right. $32,000. Can you double it for $64,000? I think you can. Let's get into it. Ooh. For $64,000. Your question is, according to recent research, the brightly colored eggs of tinamous may have evolved for A. Camouflage, B. Thermoregulation, C. Structural strength, or D. Keeping the father on the nest as much as possible. What do you think, chat? I'm seeing some D's in the chat. A lot of D's. Oh, well, we did just talk about this the other day. Chat seems pretty confident about this. Hope we're all familiar with tinamou birds at this point. E for quicker overload and explosion, says Trek Nerd. You're good at coming up with this answer alternatives, Danny? Charlie's Dragon? Answer alter? What do you mean? Oh, I'm good at coming up with wrong answers for the... Thank you. D for dynamite, says HD and HB. Well, should we blow this up then? You think the bright coloration of tinamou eggs may have evolved for keeping the father on the nest as much as possible? It's an interesting idea. Let's see how it plays out, chat. Is that your final answer? You seem pretty sure of this. Well, of course you're correct. Very nicely done. Yeah, and I've got a video clip this time. So tinamous are really interesting birds. Well, here, let's go back to the beginning. If any of you are not familiar with these lovely birds, take a look at this.
Today on Animal Fact Files, we're discussing the tinamous. Most of us here have heard of the emu, the cassowary, and the ostrich. But did you know there is another closely related group of birds that aren't mentioned as frequently?
Yep, they don't get nearly as much love.
Tinamous.
Yeah.
Those of you who live from Mexico to Argentina are probably lucky enough to know about these fantastic birds. But I personally haven't seen them shown off in a single nature documentary.
Which is a shame. They're really, really interesting. And shoot, that video that I showed you earlier, I gave you the link to with Dave Riccio, my undergrad advisor, talking about Troodon and its nesting behavior and all that stuff. Part of that is drawn from study of tinamous, actually. They're a good analog for these dinosaurs, and yeah, it's interesting stuff.
If a group of females come upon a male, he'll put on a display and use his voice to let them know he's an attractive mate.
Yep.
Here's another call, since it's easily become one of my favorite bird calls. The male mates with all the females in his territory, and they each lay all of their eggs in his nest.
So he takes care of the nest, the eggs, and the babies. He is, single dad about town here.
After laying, they move on to find another male with which
They do not want to appear unmarried. There you go, Lee Steven, yeah.
To whom they're related.
Yeah.
One hypothesis as to why tinamou eggs are so brightly colored.
Because they are crazy brightly colored. Like, it's kind of amazing. That is some pretty poor camouflage. This is just like a big flashing neon sign to predators, like, eat me, eat me, eat me. Why would that evolve in the first place?
One hypothesis as to why tinamou eggs are so brightly colored is that their conspicuous nature forces the male to sit on them and stay put, so they're hidden from watchful eyes.
And this makes a lot of sense. Since the production of the eggs is up to the female, she is effectively in control of that, and it bodes well for her if the male sits on the eggs and incubates them, because that's his job. She's kind of in charge of him doing this, in a way, so, like, it makes sense that would be a trait that would evolve there. This would be those gene alleles would be selected for in this case. It's interesting stuff, right? Yeah.
To sit on them and stay put, so they're hidden from watchful eyes. This gives the ladies a chance to seek out other partners.
Mm-hmm. So you can see how this is a trait that's advantageous to the females. It's kind of outside of the male's control, but it's interesting stuff. Yeah. And HD says, or don't eat me, I'm poisonous. I mean, they're not like poisonous colors. It's like bright green or bright turquoise. Those are not really colors that are associated with toxin or poisonousness or anything like that. If they were like black and yellow with big stripes on them and stuff, like maybe that would be kind of warning coloration. The sort of thing that you see in like a Gila monster or a poison dart frog or something like that. But it almost looks like these eggs evolved to just look really appetizing and really striking. So yeah. Dad sees incubate me, hide me. There you go. Yeah. Don't eat me, I'm toxic waste. Does that look like toxic waste to you? I don't know. I don't even eat eggs, and that would be like, I don't know. It looks like a big jelly bean or something. I kind of want to eat that. Yeah. So anyway. Nicely done, chat. Nicely done. You got that right. 4 questions left. Let's move on to the next one. For $125,000, your question is, which of the following is a good example of natural selection? Is it A, giraffes stretching their necks to reach higher leaves? B, generations of elephants getting smaller on a small island? C, male peacocks growing longer tail feathers to attract females? Or D, an Instagram model getting rhinoplasty so her future children will have smaller noses? What do you think, chat? I see a C, a D, some B's, some D's, some B's, some B's, some more B's. Golganek's got some B's there. Seems like chat might be leaning toward B right now. Razzo says B. Executive Storm says B. Casey Snowart says, I think C, but D is hilarious. Thank you, Casey Snowart. Welcome back, by the way. And thank you for that incredible art piece you did. I was blushing to see that. And you would like to phone a friend? You're free to use your phone whenever you'd like, Chihuahua Mama. Just make sure you're not typing your conversation into chat, so, yeah. Give me your number, Chihuahua Mama. You could just talk to me right here, you know? You don't have to call me. And HD and HB says, is C an individual peacock or generations of peacocks? Generations of peacocks, HD. Yeah. Oh, or individual. Either way. Yeah. Kind of same difference here. You're the victim. Oh, I appreciate that, Casey Snowart. It was very flattering. Thank you. You're leaning more towards C? Interesting, Chihuahua Mama. Well, we might have to do another poll right here to see what chat thinks. Let's fire up another poll. I wish we just had like a template for this. B, C, or D. Start. Is it giraffes stretching their necks to reach higher leaves? Generations of elephants getting smaller on a small island? Male peacocks growing longer tail feathers to attract females? Or an Instagram model getting rhinoplasty so her future children will have smaller noses? What do you think, chat? Lenina says, tricksy wording. Read carefully. Yes, indeed, Lenina. Yes, indeed. And right now, seems like B is winning out. And there it is with 76% of the vote. B seems to be chat's choice here. Generations of elephants getting smaller on a small island. Is that your final answer, chat? Is that your final answer? Of course it is. We did a poll. And you were correct. Very nicely done. Oh yeah. I threw C in there because I wanted to make this a little bit tricky. We're getting up towards the top here. And this, male peacocks growing longer tail feathers to attract females. This is a process which occurs in evolution. It is not natural selection, however. It is sexual selection, which can actually work in opposition to natural selection. This is something that I think a lot of people, including a lot of scientists, a lot of evolutionary biologists, don't necessarily understand this to the extent that they should. Natural selection and sexual selection are like, they're different processes. They're distinct from one another, and they can actually work in opposite directions. And the peacock is a classic example. So a male peacock can grow a really, really, you know, he might have genes that code for a really, really long set of tail feathers. And that might make him more attractive to the females, but it also makes him easier to catch by predators. So you've got natural selection, like survival and reproduction, in opposition to sexual selection. You could be really, really attractive to potential mates, but then you get eaten by a tiger. These are things that can actually work in opposition to one another. And if you're interested in this concept, there is a fantastic talk about this by Kevin Padian. Vertebrate paleontologist. Here he is here. And I really need to timestamp where he talks about that. Here we go.
I want to talk to you about sexual selection. I've got a lot of stuff on. I might not get to the whole extinct part, but I want to just kind of give you a feel for that. And it's I'm not going to tell you what to think about sexual selection. I'm not going to tell you I'm right or other people. I want to tell you what people think, what they have thought, what Darwin meant by sexual selection when he invented it, why he invented it, why he wrote a book called The Descent of Man and Selection in Relation to Sex, which does not seem to follow for most people. And I want to do this in order to put an historical perspective on a topic that, when you read the literature, it sometimes gets pretty confusing.
Yep.
And I want to explain why it might be confusing. Feel free to argue with me. If you walk out of here and I haven't convinced you of anything, I don't care. I just want to show you some of the background on this, because I got into this because I was looking at people writing about sexual selection in extinct animals, and I didn't understand what they were talking about. I didn't understand how they thought they could say that. So this is a dinosaur.
Yes.
Everybody knows that,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
It's
we're
a
good
peacock.
at that. And can you do this? I don't know if this is going to work. Well, shoot. If this works, maybe you put it right there, but then, well, I can do this here. Okay, that's a dinosaur too. And when you saw the weird structures on that peacock, sexual selection comes to mind. We'll get back to that. But here, when you see these bizarre structures on these dinosaurs, a lot of paleontologists have said, oh, well, that must be for sexual selection too. And I thought, wait. How do they know this?
Yeah.
What are we doing with this, and how do we test these ideas? Can we even test these ideas in old dead critters?
So if you want to learn more about this, I'd encourage you to watch this talk right here. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, but if you manage to survive with that big of a tail and have the extra energy to produce those big feathers, you have to be pretty fit for the environment and make a good gene contributor. Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon, yes. So yeah, the peacock's tail doesn't help it survive, but it's a big advertisement board for his fitness and health. Yes. That's sexual selection right there. Trying to become, making it the likelihood higher that you can attract a mate and spread your genes, pass your genes on to the next generation. But that can run in direct opposition to natural selection. So maybe having a big expensive set of tail feathers like that is an advertisement that you're particularly fit, or that you're particularly, you've got good genes and you're good at acquiring enough food to survive, let's say. But at a certain point, there's another pressure that's being exerted, and that's natural selection. You might be much more likely to get eaten by a predator, or to get, I don't know, caught in the underbrush or something like that. Get your feathers caught on something, or, maybe it makes you more vulnerable to parasites or something like that too. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. The selection for longer tails has an abrupt break at the point when the male peacock can no longer fly into a tree to roost, as the ones that can't get eaten. There you go, Jerry, Rick. Yeah, has that actually been observed in peafowl? I didn't know that. Yeah. It also shows that you're very tasty, says HD and HB. I'm assuming you mean that about the peafowl and not about me. I was about to be Weirded Out, HD and HB. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Chad, I think you're ready for the next question. So let's go ahead and get into that. The third to last question. For $250,000, $250,000 right here. Holy cow. Your question is, which of the following dinosaurs was first described in the same paper as Velociraptor was in 1924? And did C say male peacocks? Yeah, I should have said male peafowl, I guess, Lenina, but you know what I meant. Yeah. Which of the following dinosaurs was first described in the same paper as Velociraptor was in 1924? Is the answer A, Oviraptor, B, Protoceratops, C, Tarbosaurus, or D, Saornitholestes? A doc from over 20 years ago? I'd love to see that, Jerry Rick, if you have a link or something. If it's on YouTube, I don't know. I'm always looking for clips that I can use. I'm seeing a lot of A's so far. A lot of A's. We did just talk about this on Tuesday, I believe it was. For Velociraptor's birthday. Which dinosaur shares the same exact birthday? Same year, too. Is it Oviraptor, Protoceratops, Tarbosaurus, or Saornitholestes? Let's see. Charlie's Dragon says, everyone else is saying A, so I guess we talked about Saornitholestes in a different context? Oh. I guess we'll find out, huh? Looks like chat wants A for Oviraptor. Seems pretty sure of that. $250,000 is a lot of money, but... Is that your final answer, chat? I think it is. Very nicely done, Chad. Very nicely done. Yeah. It is true. Oviraptor is the correct answer. And I'll show you. Let's pull up that original 1924 paper again. And there it is. From the American Museum of Natural History. 3 new theropods, Protoceratops zone, Central Mongolia. So there's one potential tricky part there. They're from the Protoceratops zone, but Protoceratops had already been described for this paper. There's Velociraptor right there. There is Saornithoides, not Saornitholestes, but Saornithoides right there. Same paper. And there's the skull of Saornithoides. Saornitholestes is from North America. And then we have Oviraptor right there in the same paper. This was our correct answer. And you remembered that, chat. You remembered that. Very nicely done there. $250,000 in your pocket. Johnny B and Charlie's Dragon both say sneaky. Well, you know, when we're talking about the big money up here, I gotta do something to make these questions a little bit trickier. You know? Yeah. Speaking of tricky questions, let's try and double that now for $500,000. Let's see how tricky this one might be. Let's do it. For $500,000 here. Your question is, what determined whether a dinosaur embryo would be male or female? Is it A, the temperature of the nest? B, the XY chromosomes? C, the ZW chromosomes? Or D, all dinosaurs were born female? What do you think, chat? Let's see here. I see an A. I see some C's. I see a D. A C, an A, a C, an A, a C. Casey Snowart says A. I don't know, that's true for some animals, but no clue. Educate me, that's why this is a tricky one, you know? What might it be? Yes. Indeed, Claire Burr. Machi says C. Mini Blizzy says C. Shogun says A. Should we do another poll for this one? I don't know, we're getting right up there. HDHB says we can use up our lifelines. No, sorry, they're already gone. Marika says D is very Jurassic Park. Is it now? Golganek says Psst, A is for alligator, whereas C is for current dinosaurs. Golganek, are you doing some? It's like numerology, but with letters. Are you doing some alphalology here, Golganek? Yeah, Executive Storm says, I thought we could not tell. I mean, we've got a pretty good sense nowadays. Yeah. Golganek says hints. Oh, okay. Well, let's run a poll here. B, C, or D. Start poll. What do you think, chat? What do you think? Halfway done with the poll. So far, C is in the lead, and then B, and then A. Didn't say they are clear hints, says Golganek. Well, well, well. The votes are in, and C has won with 65% of the vote. That reminds me, 65. Back when we thought it was 65 million years ago that the dinosaurs went extinct, except for birds. There was this idea that maybe the dinosaurs went extinct because they either became all male or all female. Like, when new generations would hatch, temperatures either going up or down kind of messed up the ratio, and yeah, that was one idea for dinosaur extinction. Which is funny, because turtles and crocodiles didn't go extinct, and their the sex of their embryos is determined by nest temperature. But anyway, chat seems to have settled on C here, ZW chromosomes. Well, is that your final answer, chat? For $500,000? Yes? No? Yes? No? Yes. And of course, you got it. Very nicely done. So, just like their modern descendants, the birds, we have ample reason to believe that dinosaur embryo sex determination was determined by ZW chromosomes. Maybe I can find you a video here. It's interesting how this can also result in less common outcomes too, where a bird can be half male and half female. That happens too. But check this out right here.
If you know a little about basic biology, I bet you know that most women have 2 X chromosomes and most men have an X and a Y. But do you know females of some species have a W?
And yeah, I like how she said most, because there's lots of in-betweens and like people who have got like, I don't know, life is a rich tapestry, and there's like lots, you know, there's intersex people. Apparently, I've been told that like being intersex is actually more common than in all of humanity, more common than having red hair. That doesn't really get talked about enough, but yeah, interesting stuff.
Have 2 X chromosomes and most men have an X and a Y. But do you know females of some species have a W chromosome?
And Super Gimpo Man, thank you for the follow there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Speaking of chickens. Yeah.
Most men have an X and a Y. But do you know females of some species have a W chromosome?
Yep. Like chickens.
Hey science fans, Julia here for D News. Bird sex is a little weird. No, I don't mean because everything happens in one hole. I mean birds have strange chromosomes. Let's start off with what we know about our sex chromosomes.
Strange, they're just
Most women
different.
carry 2 X chromosomes, and most men carry an X and a Y. There's room for variation, of course. Some people have more than one X, like XXY or XXX, and this is true for a lot of organisms, like humans and cats and mice and things. In these cases, the female organisms produce one type of gamete.
Yeah, anyway,
The gametes that determine sex fit the temperature. Like take the American alligator, for example. Both high and low temperatures turn the eggs female, while middle range temperatures make the eggs male. A reptilian ancestor of both humans and birds probably relied on this system, but give or take a few million years and something else entirely emerged.
And this emerged within Dinosauria, we now think. Yes.
Birds have ZW chromosomes. Yeah, you heard that right. Z and W, which stands for very weird. Okay, not really, I just made that up. But the Z and W chromosomes look nothing like the X and Y ones. They don't even share any genes. But they are kind of similar in that the W chromosome is shrunken, just like the Y is in our chromosome. But wait, it gets weirder. In birds, males are the homomorphic sex, meaning they are the ones with the double Zs, where the females are heteromorphic and have their own chromosome. They get both the Z and W chromosomes. But interestingly, in a recent study published in the journal Nature Communications, found that the W chromosome does not have the genes that lead to the development of the female. But the researchers think that the W is a buffer, and that the organisms need 2 copies of certain genes, which makes sense, so no just Z birds have ever been found. According to another study published in the journal Science Progress, the Z chromosome is large and contains almost all the known sex-linked genes. So it's the presence of the number of Z chromosomes that change the sex of the offspring.
Interesting stuff. Anyway, we're going to get into the weeds if we want to continue that. We don't want to continue that. So here is a link to that video if you'd like to continue that on your own time. Yeah. Casey Snowart says, "Ooh yes, chimera birds, so cool." Is that term means something very different to a paleontologist? Oh yeah, I guess it does. Cool. Yeah. So for in fossil science, a chimera is like when bones of different organisms, different vertebrate animals get mixed together accidentally. You have like a chimera specimen. And I'm sure it means something different to marine biologists. A chimera is that's a group of animals. They're also called ratfishes or holocephalians, I believe. But yeah, check that out. Half male plumage, half female, the cardinal chimera. Yeah, cool. Oh, there's the term that I actually recognize. Bilateral gynandromorph. So here you had, like, basically, I don't know exactly how it works, but this bird is essentially half male, half female. Yeah, very rarely, however, individuals where a female egg cell develops two nuclei, one with a Z sex chromosome and the other with a W sex chromosome, and then gets fertilized twice by two Z-carrying male sperm cells. Clearly, the odds of this happening are very low, but when it occurs, literally half of the double-fertilized product offspring will exhibit one set of gender characteristics, while the other half will exhibit characteristics of the other gender. Gender is a human thing. Birds don't have gender. Birds have different sexes. Anyway, yeah. Really interesting how this sort of thing can happen. Again, life is a rich tapestry, and there's lots of interesting ways that nature can surprise us like that. Yeah. You know what I am not surprised by is how well you've been doing so far, chat. Very nice. You've got one question left until the $1 million. You think you're ready for it? Yeah. Away pre-digital, so I have new link. Well, I appreciate you looking, Jerry Rick. Thank you. Yeah. It would just be cool to have to show chat another time. I've been trying to accumulate more clips and tag them so I can search for them and stuff like that. All right, let's get into our final question for $1 million. You ready? I think you're ready. Let's do it. For $1 million, our final question is as follows. The small Chinese theropod guanlong may actually be a juvenile of which previously known dinosaur? I feel like I could rephrase that. When it was first described, this dinosaur guanlong from China, maybe it's not a new dinosaur. Maybe it's actually just a juvenile example of which of the following? Is it A, Eutyrannus, B, Dilong, C, Gasosaurus, or D, Monolophosaurus? We talked about this briefly yesterday. I'm seeing some A's. I'm seeing a D. I'm seeing another A. Luis de Leon says B. Machi says D. I'm sensing some uncertainty from chat here. Plockman's Mustard says D. Marika says D. Lenina says D. Shogun. Interesting, Shogun. Huh. Mirth says D. Heptacularaptor says D. Executive Storm says D. Golganek says if it's the one with the top of the skull missing, then D. I feel like I'm detecting a shift in chat's view here. Monolophosaurus sounds familiar, says SV Harkin. I hope so. We were talking about it yesterday. Thalo says D. I feel like we should run a poll here. This is important. The final question for $1 million. And start poll. There we go. Luis D. Leon says, why does C seem intentionally funny? That's a real dinosaur there. Gasosaurus. Poll's almost halfway done. D seems to be predominant, but we've got a few votes for A as well. A couple for B, one for C. Well. Up on the end of the poll here. And D has won with 64% of the vote. That's a solid majority there. Well. I mean, that's what the poll says. So we gotta go with it. For $1 million, chat. Is this your final answer? What do you think, chat? What do you think? No? Yes? No? Yes? What do you think, chat? Well, let's try it.
Hold on to your butts.
Congratulations, chat. Very nicely done. That's a tough question right there. And as we were talking about yesterday, this is kind of at the forefront of dinosaur paleontology, the frontier right there. And Murph, holy cow, thank you for those 10 gift subs. Look at this beautiful tinamou bird like we were discussing earlier with his brightly colored eggs. So excited for those 10 gift subs. Look how excited. A little too excited. Uh-oh.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Murph. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And I'm sure the 10 folks who just got a gift sub thanks to you appreciate it too. They will have an even better shot at answering the questions correctly for the next month because they'll have no ads. They're not going to miss anything for as long as they're tuning in. So yeah. Get back to the nest, says Thalo. Yeah. Indeed, Monolophosaurus is the answer here. This is kind of at the bleeding edge of dinosaur science here. Here we go. So Guanlong, this little crested theropod dinosaur, it's been interpreted as an early tyrannosauroid. It's not a very big animal. And where was the... Yeah. Maybe it's in the Monolithosaurus article? Hang on a minute. There we go. Yeah. In 2006, Thomas Carr suggested that Guanlong, another theropod with a large, thin, fenestrated midline crest, and from the same formation, was in fact a subadult individual of Monolithosaurus. Usually Guanlong has been considered a proceratosaurid tyrannosauroid, but Carr has performed an analysis in which both specimens clustered and were allosaurids. More conservatively, in 2010, Greg Paul renamed Guanlong into a Monolithosaurus species, Monolithosaurus wukai, presuming the taxon might be sister species. But in 2010, Brusati et al. Rejected the identity, pointing out that the Guanlong holotype was actually a fully adult individual, which I don't necessarily buy. I don't think they even did histo on it. But you see this idea kind of bandied around a lot online. Well, not a lot, but in a few places. And I think this is an idea that should be explored a little bit further. Whether or not it's true that Guanlong is the same dinosaur as Monolithosaurus, I think it's going to be important to know. But for the purposes of this question, this is the correct answer because none of these have been suggested to be the same as Guanlong. Monolithosaurus was the one that was suggested to have been the same one. And you got that right, and you got the $1 million, chat. So very nicely done. You know what? I'm proud of you. You paid attention. And I don't know, it makes me feel really good to know that people are getting something out of these streams and they're retaining this information, and that's very validating to me. So thank you. I appreciate that. How are you going to spend your money, chat? Just don't do it all in one place. And it's about time to wrap this thing up here. So there's a different theropod skull to run our credits over. Murph says, thanks for being a great teacher. Thanks for being a great learner, Murph. I appreciate you. Yeah. What if that place is a museum? Okay, well, that's acceptable, Thalo. If you're going to spend $1 million in the museum gift shop. Or through a donation. Is that what you meant, Thalo? Of course it was. You know me well. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in our credits. I appreciate your viewership and your support more than you know. So thank you. We are going to go right into...
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly?
Science streams.
You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that.
Hang on a second. Let's cancel that, right? And holy cow. James Constantine, thank you for the follow. And Victorious, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Victoria's just changed things with those.
Good stuff. Good stuff. And the Space Lol, I'm glad you got a gift sub there. That is beautiful. Again, thank you to all of our wonderful folks there in the credits. From the quietest of followers and lurkers to the most vociferous of chatters and question askers to those hardworking moderators and the gifters and the subscribers and everybody else. Appreciate you more than you know. We are going to go right into science streams. We're going to see Balint, and maybe Lita might show up too. But Balint is another scientist here on Twitch doing some very important science outreach and education. You're in good hands with him. So until next week, everyone, you take care of yourselves. Have a great weekend. And hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll be here on Monday. I need to check and see if I have jury duty this next week. And if I do, well, we'll see. That would be undue financial hardship for me to not work for a week. So yeah, cross your fingers. I'm able to wiggle out of jury duty so I can be here on Monday again. We'll see. Take care, everybody. Have a great weekend. Let's see what Belinda's up to at Science Streams. I'll see you there.